the city of the sun. You could have stayed, it's only over when the day is done. I never knew you was a runner, yeah. I mistook you for a son. It don't matter what we think when it's all over, 'cause this is our last chance to leave it all behind. Raise your voice and raise your power, yeah. This is our last chance to leave it all behind. Raise your voice and raise your power, yeah. How did you find a way to run from the city of the sun? You could have stayed, it's only over when the day is done. I never knew you was a runner, yeah. I mistook you for a son. It don't matter what we think when it's all over, 'cause this is our last chance to leave it all behind. Raise your voice and raise your power, yeah. This is our last chance to leave this is our last chance to leave it all behind. Raise your voice, raise your power, yeah. This is our last chance to leave it all behind. Raise your voice, raise your power, yeah. How did you find a way to run from the city of the sun? You could have stayed, it's only over when the day is done. I never knew you was a runner, yeah. I mistook you for a son. It don't matter what we think when it's all over. 'Cause this is our last chance to leave it all behind. Raise your voice and raise your power, yeah. This is our last chance to leave it all behind. Raise your voice, raise your power, yeah.
Alrighty, we are live. How we doing today, everybody? All right. Making sure I got everything going here. We are picking up where we left off. We got the wolf rat. We got the tracker troll. We got the tracker troll riding the wolf rat. Hope you all are having a nice day out there. I have had a crazy 24 hours. I'll tell you that. I have had an insane 24 hours, but we are here, and this train is not stopping for anybody. So I'm happy to have you all here with me today. We are going to continue on this path that we've started. So we have the tracker troll, and we're going to dive in. But I'm going to tell you about my day. It was insane. All right? It was literally, I had a shitstorm. Literally. You know, it was quite insane. So I go for a hike yesterday. Go to enjoy a nice little day out. Enjoy the woods. I get back, you know, you go for a hike and you get a little sweaty. You're going to want to shower. Well, the day had a little, you know, it had different plans than I did, apparently. So I get back and apparently the septic lines were backed up. And I live on the bottom floor. So I got the pleasure to get all that coming back up into my tub. So that was awesome. And I had to deal with that all yesterday. I had a plumber here. He just left probably about 3 hours ago. So started off last night into today. But if there's one thing you're going to learn from following my streams is perseverance. And we will push through every damn obstacle we have. So anyways, figured I'd share a little fun story with you guys today. And we're going to dive right in here. Hope you're all having an awesome day, at least better than I was having. We're turning it around because we control that, right? We control whether we have a good day or not. Just thought I'd share that funny little story with you. All right, so today the plan is I'm gonna just start locking in some of these things we got going on here. So some of the details. We're just gonna be moving our light table, and just to make my life a little bit easier, I'm actually gonna rename the light table layer. All right, and we're just gonna shift this over top. Let's see. Actually, do I just want to do the rat first? I think I'm just going to do the rat first. Let's just go ahead and we'll turn off all this. And then we'll get this going. Welcome to the stream, y'all. Hope you're... All right. Let's go. We got a new layer. We're going to do our clean line. I'm going to be a little bit better with my layer handling because I was just kind of getting used to streaming and doing this stuff. So I'm actually going to try to be proper and do... so we're just going to put the proper tools here. So name them whatever you want, but as long as you can understand them. Where did my tool go for that? That just disappeared. Window. Let's see, library. There we go. I want to try to keep you over here so you guys can see what I'm working on. All right, let's get in here. So what I'm going to start doing now is I can actually start working. Oh, take a shot. See, so I did a little bit of research actually as to why my camera's doing that. And from what I saw was that it's because it was trying to store onto the SD cards also. And so I pulled the SD card out. So why is it still doing this? Oh, well, in the meantime, if you have a nice frosty brew or you're sipping on something cold because, after work on a long day, it's Monday, We don't like Mondays. Feel free to take a little chug there for me because it's a little fun game we're playing. All right. I'm going to start locking in some of these details. I'm actually going to start also focusing in and getting some of the finer details also done as well. So we're going to really lock in this nose. Get it just right. All right. And my color is not black. That was brown. There we go. All right. Go. Let's get this really going here. So what I'm going through here, I'm just going to start vibing with it. Just really start locking in some of the things and adding other little details that I feel will really brings this character to life. Let me just get into the details. All right, so last stream we got up to about 700 viewers in total. That was pretty awesome. I'm pretty excited about it, and that was just organic, right? So we're doing this together. You guys just watching it, liking it, sharing it. It's a big help. So if you're watching right now, you want to help out the little guy. Little guy being me. I'm probably the biggest little guy you ever met. But if you want to help me out, give me a share to help me a lot. Maybe you know somebody that likes video games. Maybe you know somebody that wants to see how they're made. And don't be selfish. Share me. Share me with your friends. We'll all have a good time together, right? Oh, man. All right. I'm going to have to decide. I might have some teeth sticking out. I'm not sure. What do you think? You think we should do a little bit of teeth? Get them a bit teethy. Okay. So we're just really diving in on this, some of the minor details. The very small details. May or may not see them on screen, you know. But, you know, some of these people are going to be playing this in really high definition. So, plus, this game is a little bit different than a lot of the 2D games you'll see. So, I actually control the camera quite a bit in the game. So, there'll be moments where the camera zooms in. So, you're going to be seeing all the details, even if the camera's far away, and then you zoom in. You know, there's moments where we play around with that. So, I got to make sure this is looking tight. You know what I mean? Get it looking right. All right, we got the ear. I'm gonna really sell this, and then, you know, rats always have that little chunk missing. I don't know what it is about taking a chunk out of an ear. Works really nicely on a troll. Works really nicely on a rat. Don't take chunks out of dwarf ears. Not yet, at least. I bet you this guy takes chunks out of dwarf's ears, though. All right. I want these eyes, like, bigger, you know? All of our layers locked. Yeah, we are good. I want these big, like, zombie eyes, man. Right. The one thing I gotta say about Flash that I'm not a huge fan about is like the resizings of the brush. Like, you're really kind of stuck with, like, you have to kind of just go back and forth. Whereas like Photoshop, you know, you can just go up and down. You can scale it, and I can actually use I have a wheel, this wheel right here, and I can actually like use that at runtime, and I can actually adjust the size of the brush. But here it's very manual, so it kind of slows you down a hair. That's why I like to concept in Photoshop and then bring it into. Yeah, see, I don't like this right here. So maybe round bottom, harsh top. That's what we're going for. What we kind of had. There we go. All right. We gave it too much of a chin, I think. I don't really like it. I want the chin to be a bit smaller. I'm still trying to decide if I should give him teeth, you know? Or if I should make him snarling. What do you think? Should we go for a snarled look? How about this? We'll play with it real quick. Duplicate it. I wonder how the stream would do if... Oh, see, that was not intended. That's, yeah, that's exactly what I wanted, Flash. Thank you. I wanted a text layer. Thank you. That was, awesome. There we go. Cool. All right. Now I'm going to block this one, and now we can play around with this one and not worry about damaging the final product, because I kind of like those lines we already did. Turn that off. Cool. Nope, we got to go into multi-stream. Yeah. I always forget. I get stuck on one chat there. See what's going on. Let's refresh. Here we go. No, don't do it. Yeah. All right, Matt. Glad you're enjoying yourself, brother. Brother. Ska. Oh, man. There's a video I watched with What's the guy? You know, the guy that does like the cram videos. I forget his name off the top of my head. Really funny comedian. But he did a video. There's two cats and they're fighting. They're fighting on top of a house. Like the one cat's hanging and he's like reenacting the Lion King. And I watched that thing like 40 times. It was so funny. I was laughing so hard, man. He even does a sound effect with his voice. It's just so funny. Like when the cat falls. Oh, man. All right, so let's snarl. This will all be a little bit different. Dang, I like that. So what I'm gonna do now is I'm actually gonna just copy this. I'm gonna make a new one right here, and then I'm just gonna paste it so I can have that later. Cause I actually like really like that look right there. I'm gonna unlock it. All right, cool. Now we have it. Turn it off, lock it. Go back and keep messing around with this one a little bit. All right. So now, when you're snarling, your nose is gonna put up a little bit here. Well, if you're new to the stream, welcome. If you're not new, you're already a badass, and you know that, so I don't need to remind you. But yeah, we hit 700 views last time, which doubled our previous, which I was pretty hyped about, being that it was really our second day streaming. So I felt really good about it. But I could use all the help I can get, so if you want to like it, you want to share it, anything you can do, you know? Don't keep it to yourself. If you're having a good time, share with your friends. We can all hang out, have a good time, talk about video games, whatever you want to do. While I'm working on animating for one. All right, let's just rough it. I don't know how I feel. I don't know how I feel about it. Just gonna go with some big old chompers. Big thing is, how does it look like back here? Whoa, we don't need precision mode. Accidentally put into precision mode. It's too much. Too much power for one man. All right, here we go. Hello, Madre. Welcome to the chat. Thanks for the support, Mum. Mummy. Mum. We got Mum in the chat. She said, hello, son, because I am her son. She's not gangster. She's not like, hello, son. What up, son? Could have been taken either way. But I would say she's probably an OG gangster. Don't want to mess with my mom. Here we go. Got the little overhang from the lip. We can see the gums down here. Maybe we'll actually bring this back up. There we go. I mean, it's a wolf rat, right? It's not all rat. We got to give it some gnarly facial features. Let's get in there. Erase some of this. Gangsta. Straight gangsta. See? No R. That was good. Gangsta. Not gangster. Thank you, Fasha. All right, good. I'm glad it's working on YouTube there. It's the first time streaming onto YouTube Live. I was going to do it last time. Hello, other son. We're having a bit of a family reunion in the chat. OG. All right, well, appreciate everybody for joining the party tonight. A lot of things you could be doing on a Monday night. You chose to hang out with me while I'm drawing a rat. We're gonna have fun doing it, right? You can have fun doing anything you want. Anything can be fun. Have a good time anywhere. All right, feeling good about that. Feeling good about that. Let's back it up. Ooh, what do y'all think about that? I feel like the teeth are. Just give it a little something, right? I mean, if we substitute that out, put that back on. I'm liking the teeth, man. I think it's teeth for the win. I think we're going to stick with the teeth for now. If we feel like it's too much, we take it off later. But I feel like the teeth are where we're going. I like the teeth, honestly. I like the teeth. We're going to stick with it. I have officially put my foot down. The teeth are staying. All right. Now, these rats don't have a lot of conditioner, so we got to make sure this is nice and ratty. We made it extra ratty for you. Good teeth. Thank you. Yeah, they don't have conditioner, but they have rat dentistry. So they've got some solid teeth, you know? Which is great. Steady diet of dwarves and other creatures. Gives them good hardy teeth. They say dwarves are high in calcium. So, whoa. Back up. We're way too zoomed in there. Okay. Now we just really start focusing and making sure, because like we've made a lot of adjustments as far as anatomy goes, but we want to make sure everything is still right. So I'm just thinking shoulder, back. It's technically like it's a little tricep. Antifa. Oh God. I gotta talk about that in here, okay? We're just gonna worry about this rat teeth, okay? Alright. And see, it's just a guideline. We're just following a guideline, but we're gonna get make it way better, you know? That's the professional term. Way betterer. And we're gonna. I like to also like just make things like more vile, or like I don't know what I'm doing when I go through the cleanup. I use it to make things sharper, more jagged, you know. I guess we'll give them the full. We'll give them the 4 toes. They're creepy rat fingers. Rat claws. Dad jokes. Yes, sir. You have the best jokes, father. As far as dad jokes go, and non-dad jokes, you also have the dirtiest of jokes. You make a sailor blush. All right. I feel like his hand is looking a little bit big here. I feel like you might see less of that index finger. So we'll just erase the outside here. All right, a little coffee. It's 7 o'clock. We're doing it, you know. That's just how I work. A little coffee goes a long way, especially after the past couple nights I've had. Whew. Well, last night at least. All right. Other thing too about Flash is like the further you are away from what you're working on, the lines get weird. So like it has a smoothing, but if you're close, the lines smooth nicely. Like I like the line smoothing because sometimes your hand shakes a little bit. It can fix a lot of issues. But then sometimes when you're further away, the lines get strange. Okay. So what do we think? How many viewers do you think we can get going today? Think we can break 700 by the end of the stream? I want to see what we can do with our organic reach, friends. If you like what you see, help me out. Give a like or a share. It goes a long way. It really does. I'm trying to grow this. Just want to get in front of the people that want to know this game. I want to get to know you a little bit. I want you to follow along on this adventure. Because, I honestly, I'm so excited about building up the community, right? I'm really excited about, so far it's been awesome, I can't even believe we got people joining, Archaic Legion from across the pond there. I got people over in Europe. I got people all over reaching out and joining Archaic Legion. And it's been awesome to see that. And I really want to grow this because, I feel like you're all as big a part of this adventure as, just me working on this, I feel like I want your input. How cool is it now that I can be making a game? You can be watching what's happening. And live, you can say, hey, do this. And I can go, sure. Or I can say, nah, that's pretty dumb. I probably won't say that. I'll be a little bit nicer about it. Unless it's really dumb. But anyways, I think that's super cool. And that's one of the things I'm actually really excited about is growing that. Be able to just get to know y'all. Hang out. And make some cool stuff. After this week, I'm actually going to be doing a lot of work to update the stream too. So we're going to be adding some really cool little features. Just still getting used to the software. I'm using Streamlabs and just kind of getting used to the way things work on that. But I've got a lot of cool things coming down the pipeline to enhance our time together. Let's zoom in a little bit, actually. Oh, that was great. Great job, Baron. Great job there. Let's fix that. There we go. Then, what's up, man? Welcome to the chat, Jerry. How you been, pal? Jerry Kelly in the house. Man, I remember talking to you so many years ago about getting into game development. You were there back when it was just an idea. Legionnaires unite. She's beeping at me. I don't know. I think the GoPro needs a name. I think we need to come up with a name for the GoPro. It's a girl. It's definitely a girl. So, what's her name? She just gets a little bit hard to handle sometimes. Starts chirping at me. All right, well, we got the first one here. You got the skills. Hey, man, I really appreciate that. It actually means a lot to me. You know, I'm probably Betsy. All right, we're going to copy that, and we're just going to... You guys remember this if you were here before. If you're not, this is what I like to do, right? I got all these animations going for all these frames, okay? I make my life a little easier. I just copy the head because it's just... I like that because I think the head is a good structure to build off of. And for the most part, it doesn't change. We kind of have the same look. Actually, I'm going to paste in place. There we go. And it allows us to catch a lot of the things we missed before when we were building it previously. Sometimes. Karen left my ass up. What? Karen. Did I miss something? What did I miss? Gangster. Either way. All right. So, the camera name. Oh yeah, I'm an idiot. I literally just asked you that. How funny is that I literally just said, "Hey, let's name this camera." You guys start putting out camera names, and I'm like, "What are you guys talking about?" Oh my god, I'm such a too many hits to the head there, ladies and gentlemen. Too many concussions. That is funny. I think that's just ADHD at its prime there. Oh, did it cut out? Or is it's just beeping? It's mad because I took the SD card out. Because she was secretly storing all my live streams into little tiny increments of 11 minutes. 11 minutes. Why was it 11 minutes? Specifically 11 minutes. Drink up, yeah. It went off. It's something we're going to have to deal with until I figure out. When I looked it up online, it said that that's what was happening. So, because it got full. It was just cutting the save, basically. Oh, well, you don't need a 24/7 access to this ugly mug. And it's a good excuse to drink, too. Oh, yeah. It's a good drinking game, man. Every time that we start doing this on Friday, every time my camera turns off, take a drink, pal. It's a good one. And if you're not drinking, you can get hydrated, you know? Chug that water. All right. Gnarly toes. Let's get this party started right. Oh, you guys are feisty today. I'm loving the chat, man. You guys are getting after it, and I love it. I love it. Keeping it lively. Feeling good. I did a power nap earlier because I didn't sleep very much last night because of the plumbing fiasco. So, I had a nice iced coffee with, a little espresso in there. Chug that down. Then you take a nap, right? You drink some coffee, maybe a little espresso. Take a nap before the caffeine hits you, right? You fall asleep. You wake up, and you're just like, you're ready to go. That's a power nap, baby. I feel good. I feel ready to take on the world. Or a draw rat. Plumbing fiasco. Yeah, so basically, one of my neighbors, I didn't clog the toilet. I wouldn't put it past me, but it wasn't me. So one of my neighbors actually flushed diaper wipes and some other lady products down the toilet, and it got clogged, and I am on the lower level. So of course, path of least resistance is my tub. So that was awesome. It was quite literally a shitstorm and a nightmare, because I'd actually just gotten back from hiking and I was like ready to shower. But my shower was not ready for me. Yep. Precisely. I mean, I think I would have been okay if it was just mine. But I knew that was not mine. Honestly, I probably would have been okay if it was mine. But for some reason, you can wrap your head around it for some, Like, you're like, that's my brew. That's gross, but it's mine. It's everyone else's, though. That was an issue. And, water was just filling up. I'll tell you, that'll get your heart racing. You don't need a treadmill. No, you don't need a treadmill. You want to get your heart up? Watch that water level rise in your tub. Tell you what, man, you move real quick. I could barely type on my phone. I was typing so fast, trying to get the emergency maintenance line on my apartment complex. Like, what a nightmare. It was hilarious. Like, and what's even worse too is, like, with my apartment complex, I didn't have the emergency maintenance line, and I didn't have it posted. So you have to call them. You go through, let it ring till it gets to their voicemail. It gets to the voicemail, then it prompts you if you have a maintenance issue. Then, when you get to the maintenance issue, it goes through and says, all right, is this an emergency? If not, leave a message. Press 2 if it's an emergency. So you press 2, and then it's asking you what kind of emergency it is. Meanwhile, I got shit filling up in my freaking tub, and I am scared. I am so scared. I'm like, I do not need this on my floor. I do not need this in my apartment. I was just so worried. And, I got to go through 40 prompts in order to get to the emergency maintenance. And I'm thinking I'm going to get to talk to somebody. I'm like hoping at the end of this little triathlon I'm running here, we're going to run into somebody I can speak with. And, well, that wasn't true. That was not true. It was like, okay, you have an emergency. Cool. Leave a number. Leave a number and a name and what apartment you are, and we'll get back to you. Yeah, oh my God. Luckily, they got back to me kind of quick, but, like, I didn't feel good about it. I didn't feel good about it when I left that message. I left, like, 3 messages. They do not make you feel like you're being taken care of when that happened. I'll tell you that. I was so worried. And then just some maintenance guy shows up. And he didn't even come in with a plunger. Like, he didn't even come in with a plunger. He just shows up at my door. I'm like, wait, are you even the maintenance guy? Like, who's this random guy who shows up at my door? And he comes in. I just basically show him. And he goes, oh, wow. I'm like, yeah, do you have anything to help me with that? He's like, nah. So he calls their plumber. And the plumber's like, yeah, man, I ain't coming till tomorrow morning. The water level's still rising. I plugged the, oh my God, what a nightmare, man. It's so funny. And then, like, the people they said, they were just not the brightest people. I'll be honest, they were not bright at all. Luckily, we got professional plumbers to come. Yo, for real, man. For real. That was stressful, to say the least. But you know what? You laugh. That's what you do. when a shitstorm coming, Randy, you just gotta laugh about it. Literally crying. Dude, I was just like, I was so out of it at that point. When I hit that point, when this guy comes, he's got a little pink ponytail too. If you saw this guy, you'd be like, you're not a maintenance guy. Who are you? You're just wearing regular clothes. He didn't even have any tools. I was like, dude, you just walked in with a cell phone. He's like, no, well, I'm the guy that looks at it and then calls the guy. Like, no, I need the guy now. Oh, man. Yeah. Anyways, we get through it, right? And you got a good story. Thought y'all might like that story. So, look at that. Just copy and paste in that head, baby. So good. Just had to make sure it was an emergency for the 10th time. Yeah. 40 prompts later, we send a guy. Oh, that's our emergency handler. He just makes sure he handles the emergency. So, I just can't believe it. They're like, yeah, so he's going to come tomorrow at 9. I'm like, do you not see the water rising right now? I'm like, by the time he gets here, I'm going to be swimming in it. No, I need the guy right now. For real, man. I just couldn't believe that. Like, he sees it flowing. And he looks at me and he's like, yeah. So I called one guy and he's not coming. I'm like, call another guy, man. This is not a normal circumstance. Oh, man. So funny. Oh, I'm going to start drawing the head again. There we go. All right. Yeah. I was about to do the, what is it, that folktale? Where the little boy puts his finger in the well to prevent it from overflowing or whatever. I was going to make him do that with my tub. Oh my God. I'm like, all right, man. And then he shows up with a plunger, though. So he goes and gets, he's like, wait, man, I have a plunger. I was like, you do? I was mad that I don't have a plunger. I bought a plunger, but when I was like living with roommates and then I moved out, I apparently left it. I don't know. So I don't have a plunger right now. I'm going to get one. But he comes in. Don't stick your finger in it, bro. That's what she said. Sorry that just came out. So oh my God. Yeah, he shows up with a plunger and it's not even like a new plunger. Like, it looks like he found this plunger. I don't even know, man. Like, it was like the oldest plunger I think I've ever seen. It was like an artifact. It's wide open, right? And guess what, man? You can't leave those around here. I spike those. I can't help it. That's what she says. It's like breathing, you know? Like, your brain just naturally breathes. Your brain, controls your heart rate, and that's what she says. They just come out. That's natural. It's just, since I've been born, maybe it's just a evolutionary adaptation. Nah, it's definitely brought on by The Office. All right, let me get these heads in order here. Let's do that. Let's get the heads in order. I'm the same way. It was a take. Oh my God. Water jokes. Oh my God. That's funny. Dad, oh my God, that was good. That was actually pretty good, man. All right, let's cue our probably won't we. Oh my God. Not unless you got backstage passes to go see Rihanna. I'm just kidding. That's the symbol you need for your bathroom. Oh my god. Actually, I'm going to copy this one. And paste it over here. Paste away. Alright. Alright, we got the head moving along here. It's good. And there's something about it. Like, once you throw the head on, we're done. Alright, guys. That was fun. No, I'm just kidding. Just feels good. Like, it just, the head shows the movement, you know? I really feel like, I mean, we can always do other things. Yeah, man. So the software I use right now is it's old software, actually. So I have CS5 of Adobe. I have Adobe Suite CS5. I use it because I've actually got the old. Oh, sorry, 1 second. You know, you got a mustache, you got to handle it. All right, so I have Adobe Creative Suite, and I have the old license. So the old license basically is a student license, and it converts into a professional license also, so I can use it for commercial use. And it was about, I think it was like $2,000 when I got it when I was going to school. Right, so luckily I have that, so I can do all this. Now you have to pay like a subscription, or you can get it outright, but it's so expensive. Like you basically buy them individually. So like if you want to have a like Photoshop, leaving the mustache comment alone. Yeah, man. Yeah, things are getting a little crazy there. I left that one wide open, huh? That was good. When you got a mustache, you gotta handle it. Oh man, I miss joking around with you. You're a funny dude. So this is Adobe Flash CS5. CS5, and I also use Photoshop, but I did the concept for this in Photoshop. So, all right, let's put this here. But now it's called Adobe Animate, which there's a lot of great things about Adobe Animate, and man, do I wish I had it, but it doesn't make sense for me to get that right now, you know what I mean? Because like I already have this, so this works. This does what I need to do. Just basically animate and then export out into PNG files that I can then sequence into an atlas. Each part of the suite you have to buy individually. I think so. I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure. Like I'm not 100% because I've looked at it. Like for instance, like I saw Photoshop is by itself. You can get it. It's like $20 a month. So, yeah. So that's what I've seen. But I mean, I'm sure there's probably some kind of, they probably run some kind of thing. Like if you're gonna buy more than one, they don't make you pay full price. You know. Pinky out, baby. But yeah. That little belly. No, it's a rat. I'm just kidding. So I'm drawing on a tablet. This is a Wacom tablet. And then there's a pen. It's pretty cool. I love this thing, man. I really want to get. They have like monitors too. You can draw directly on. But I'm actually not bad at drawing with the mouse. In fact, when I first got into like digital art, like I was in high school. And I would go on Paint. So I'd be in my sister would recall this. My sister Eva, she would recall this. We would be in our keyboarding class, and and we're supposed to be like typing, you know. And I would just be in Paint. I would be in Microsoft Paint, and I would just be drawing creatures with my mouse all day. And then she would email me. She would email me the assignment. I'd be like, Eva, email me the assignment. I didn't even start it. I was just trying. And so she'd bail me out. Pretty funny. Just can't help it, man. I just love drawing, you know? I've always loved it. I feel like people, you need to chase your passions, you know? That's what I'm trying to do here. I'm trying to show people you can do it, you know? Chase your passion. The rest will come through. All right, we're gonna have we'll even put the thumb over there. Appreciate it, man. You know, honestly, it's just mileage. It's just a lot of practice. It's like anything else, man. And I tell people, like, honestly, like anybody can draw. And I know it sounds like cliche to say that, but like it's true. It's a matter of practice. Like if think in your head and you say, okay, I want to draw a W, and then you draw the W because you're writing. Writing is drawing, you know. People have a mental block about things, and that's like that with a lot of things, you know. We're our biggest limiter. You're the one that says no to something a lot of times, you know. Now, granted, you know, you might not be a pro basketball player, you know, because you're not, you know, 6'7" or whatever, but there's exactly. It's mileage, though. Yeah. People ask me, how long does it take to do that? I was like, well, it took me 30 years. The shading depth, that's a struggle. Yeah, but even then, like, so it took me a long time actually to get good with like color and shading and like understanding it. It's a lot of drawing is actually understanding, and it's understanding the natural world. And like, if you get a chance, check out my previous stream, because when I'm actually going through the animation, I'm talking about things in a way that's really breaking down like my thought process on things. And like, you just have to think about the natural world and how things kind of work. So once you understand like shape and the feel of it, like I'm almost like sculpting it but with a drawing. So it's kind of that same thing. Like, you know, I think everybody should, if you're drawing, you should pick up some clay here and there, you know. That'll like definitely teach you a lot. You watched a few of them. Ah, awesome, man. Well, I'm happy to have you in the chat this time, you know. Can't always tell who's in there, you know. We got people lurking. We like it. He's a watcher. You're a watcher. All right. So this is coming up, so the hair's kind of going back. Now we have that coming down, and I'm actually going to sell this even more because I like already know where it's going, because it's going to go all the way down here. I don't lurk. I'm a talker. I love I love lamp. I don't lurk. I'm a talker. No, I like it, man. I remember working in warehousing with you, and we were like filling up our those trailers and like getting behind on productivity because we're like, oh my god, because we were just talking. Now we get crazy with the hair a little bit. It might not seem like he's got that much hair, but you feel it. And we'll just kind of have a couple chaotic hairs because it's ratty. All right. A lot of these little details like this hair, just it's crazy how your eye picks them up without, like, almost without seeing them. You feel that more than you see it, which is the wild part. So we got the knee coming down, and then you gotta have the heel area that's like here, comes down, boom, and then we got like the little hand, essentially like a little mini hand foot thing. Do you have to draw every step? Yes. And it sort of. So it's a timing thing. Our eyes, this is how animation works. Our eyes can see, I think it's like 24 frames per second is the actual, it might be a little less or a little more. Either way, you can get away with, I think we see 30 frames per second, but I think with animation you can get away with 24. So in 1 second, how eyes work and how cameras work in general is it's taking lots of pictures really fast. Right? That's how it works. We're seeing in 2D. And since we're seeing in 2D, that's why we can play all these pictures really quickly, and it looks like a video. It plays like it's moving. When really it's an illusion. So in 1 second, FPS, yep. We have to do for 2D animation, it's, you can do 24 frames per second, you can do 30, play around with that. Some people, you can animate at 60 if you want. I mean, that's insane. I feel like that's a lot, but and Disney animates on 2s a lot of the time. So 2s means that you have 2 frames per so you have 24 frames. So you do, for 2 frames you hold 1 frame for 2 frames. Sorry, I could word that correctly. So instead of having to do 24 frames, you only have to animate 12. I vary a little bit because of different movements. I like to use ones every once in a while, depending on what it is. Like a lot of times, like clothing or like rope, even the tail. But in this instance, the tail's fine with being, it's with being following the movement exactly. But if I felt like there was like I needed a little extra, like I need a little buffer, then you can definitely go. So yeah, I draw 12 frames per second right now. So this is 15. This is 15 frames, but I'm only doing like, see, some of them I have this one's once. It's like 7.5. So I have, these are all 2s, and I have this one for only 1 frame here. But this is like a weird frame. So this is like a extreme. So when you have like extreme poses like this one, it's to show the weight, and it's just a squash and stretch. So, I mean, I could just have this for 1 frame. I could also make it 2, just like adding a frame there. So I don't think you lose anything. I feel like it looks a little slower though, maybe with this frame added, but I think because we made so many frames to just try to show that like weasel movement that we were trying to do. That I took that 1 frame out, and it makes it just a touch faster, and it feels a little bit more natural. Yep. Yeah, so like it's coming down, and it's like you want to feel that weight. So it's like he's like all of his weight is coming down at that one point. So he's kind of like here where his feet have touched, and he's about to. He's at that point of where he's converting all that potential energy into kinetic. So it fell down. He's down and he's spring loaded, and then he's about to explode up. So he's at that point there. So that's where he gets all that power from that low drop. That's why I make him so low to the ground. Spring forward. All right. Cool. Alright, so we got this one. Frame. What frame was I working on? I was working on way up here. Oh, I got a little ahead of myself. Alright, let's back up a little bit. Okay. I mean, it doesn't really matter. I like to go frame by frame, though, when I do this cleanup, because it makes it just... I can worry about... Let's see, here we can actually even stretch this a little bit. Let's just get weird with it. Why not? Really feel that movement. Because that was a big jump. So see, anytime you have a big jump like that, you can stretch it a little bit. Get that feeling. For the most part here, the hair is going to be down. All right. Uh-oh. The dog's starting to snore. Coops, buddy, what you doing over there, pal? Alrighty. We're just basically tightening everything up, making it, adding little details that are finer that we didn't have time to focus on before. So he was here. That's pretty good. So you see how much it stretches? Like, look how long it is here, right? And then he goes, how long it is now. But it's crazy how that, like, helps sell the movement, which is the key. You know, not each frame has to be perfect. You just got to think of it as a whole. I'm just going back and forth just to see it. It's kind of like they used to do with the paper. You know, they used to flip back and forth with the paper. But I'm just doing this with my hotkeys. He's still coming down, so I wouldn't really hang it too much actually, because the hair is going to be kind of going upwards pretty much. I might even bring his fingers up still, like his palm is hitting. These nope. Hate it garbage. Blech. Hey man, yeah, it'll change perspective. I'll tell you what, getting a game design in general, like it didn't ruin games for me, but I just can't. I look at things so different, you know. If I run into an issue, like I examine the problem a lot differently, or like I can try to look. I look for exploits, like you know, like with collisions and things like that, just because you kind of have an understanding of how things sort of work. So just it's so weird. And 2D especially. See, 3D is nice because 3D is so different. So 3D, you model it. It's a 3D model. And all it is basically these points that tell the computer, hey, if there's light, like so it can calculate lighting. It's like, hey, calculate lighting here, and it's mathematical, right? And then you're basically applying a 2D texture onto a 3D surface through multiple points that essentially deck it out into like a wall. You could have a space of a wall. Imagine taking wrapping paper and wrapping it on anything. It's very similar, or like a pelt. That's how 3D kind of works as far as the visuals go. But then as far as the animation goes, you make one mesh. But well, that's not entirely true. Sometimes they have multiple meshes depending on what they need to do. But overall, you make one mesh. You apply a skeleton to it, and then you apply weight to the skeleton. So you're animating a skeleton, which is basically a series of points in space, and then the mesh is moving with the skeleton. And what's really nice about that is using code, you can actually blend those animations because it's math. It's literally math. It's just points in space, and you're just lerping between points, you know? Yeah. So like 2D's actually in some ways is harder than 3D. I mean, 3D you have to worry about the Z, you know, which is you have like a graph. You have your X and Y. Well, in 3D you also have the Z, which is like forward and backwards, you know, and then you have like your left and right, up and down. So there's like a whole extra element to your vectors, your vector math. But as far as like implementing animations and making them work together, like you can make a walk and then you can make a run, and then you can literally with code say, okay, blend those two. So you can have a character go from a walk cycle to a full run cycle, and it can go like and get faster over time. Yeah, depth. There you go. It's the words. Sometimes I'm not so good with words. It's all good though. Sometimes I'm not not a wordsmith there. But yeah, too many concussions. Yep. So, yeah, that's what's really cool about 3D. And it's like the peace of mind of knowing you're like, oh, I just make one guy. I don't have to redraw him a million times. But, you know, there's things you can do with 2D that you just can't do with 3D, man. There's just some little feelings and little things you can add. Yep. You make one guy and you can, you basically, okay, so here's the deal, right? Here we go. I'll just do a little drawing here. Over here. All right, so we'll pretend this is a person. We got what is his name? The gingerbread man. We have a gingerbread man. Or a million ants, if you've watched Rick and Morty. All right? This is how 3D works. So you make the 3D model, right? And then, nah, man, it's cool. This is what it's about. It's not as about me making stuff as it is about, you know, chatting and talking about games and really enjoying everything. So this is what a skeleton kind of looks like. They're like these little points that are all connected. Right? And then you have the head, and then you have like your clavicle. Sometimes they have a clavicle bone. And then it goes in your shoulder. And then it goes out. Anyways, what happens is these all get controlled. You can create like little things to manipulate them, and they like parent to. And then you can like make a little thing here, and then you make like a little thing here, and then like you add these little things to control on them. And these points have X, a Y, and a Z coordinate associated with them. So when they're moving through space, you know, it's just calculating where it is. So you can do a lot of cool things. Oh, so you can control each point. Yeah. And then you can also add things like what's called an IK handle. So you have like a knee to an ankle, you know, to a foot that might have toes, right? An IK handle basically automatically does math so that when this moves up, the knee bends out, right? Yep. And so you take all of that, and then you create the animations, and then you can just use them. Blending animations is really cool. That's why like you can like do overrides and stuff like that. So like if you're walking and you want to hit your sword or whatever, you can make them do both. You have a walking animation, you have a sword swipe animation, and then you just have the sword swipe animation override your arms when you're walking, and he'll just go boom, like, you know what I mean? So like 3D is nice in that way. Like I will say 3D is awesome for that. Here I have to do all the in-betweens. I literally have like, I'll have a walk cycle if I want to have a walk cycle, and then I'll have a run cycle. And if I want them to blend better, I have to make a blending animation. It's a little bit more tedious, but it's Lovecraft, you know? It's like yep. I'll probably do a 3D game at some point. I really like the 2D art. I'm such a fan of it. I'm such a Disney fanboy growing up, and like, like Thunder, or like even like Thundercats and like He-Man and all those anime. Like I love it. I love all that. Like Gargoyles. Oh, so many good shows. And wait. Okay. Oh, there's a discrepancy here. We got some discrepancies between the hands. All right. And how we fix that is this is a little bit big because we actually wanted to make the feet kind of small. Remember we were talking about, I don't know if you were here last time, we were talking about making something appealing. And to make it appealing, you have to have a sort of like contrast in sizes and stuff like that, contrast in colors. All these things make a more appealing drawing. And so if you're going to have small hands, you can have a big nose or a big head or tail, big ass butt, a big ass. Okay. I kind of like that, actually. I like how it kind of gets a little bit smaller there. It just makes it move. Because here, the reason it gets kind of big here is because we're kind of stretching a little bit. And then it just like gets a little bit back to small again. Okay. Alrighty. Down. Okay. All right, now we are trying to see. I want to see how far we can push things today. So if you want to help me out by sharing the stream, that would really help. I mean, seriously, it'd mean the world to me. So just trying to get in front of some more people. Want people that want to find me, because Facebook doesn't make it easy if you're not paying for ads, which I will eventually be paying for ads, but I'm just trying to get this organic stuff going. It makes it look like he's pulling his arm underneath himself. Cool. Yeah. Awesome, man. I appreciate it. Honestly, any support, anyway, it's just super helpful, especially in this early stage when I'm just kind of getting started. And y'all, everybody's been so awesome, man. I can't even begin to. I've just been so shocked to see the support and how happy people have been about it. People have been really enjoying it, man. And that's cool. This is the stuff I've been doing. I've been just doing by myself, working on stuff and talking to myself. Just kidding. Now I can include you. I can include you all. Picking up that word y'all, man, because I moving to the South, baby. Just part of my vocabulary. Oh, look at that fur. Look at that fur. Burr, burr. Look at that fur. Burr, burr. Rats with the fur. Stupid. Flavor Saver strikes again. All right. Hair's coming up. Rant's looking at you, man. I swear that's going to come every stream. Oh, man. I don't know if any of you ever played the Tomb Raider series, the old PlayStation 1 version. My dad was heavily addicted to playing that game. We all enjoyed watching it. We'd all sit around while he's trying to solve these puzzles, shooting dinosaurs. And just a great little memory as a kid, watching my dad play. And I say as a kid, it was probably closer to being a teenager, but my older brother would see the camera would change, and you would get this camera off to the side. It was random. It was where's this camera? It felt voyeuristic. It was like someone's watching you, And So you'd always say, the rat's looking at you, man. That's where that's coming from. Hey. What is up? Welcome to this stream. Oh, we turned off. We got to take a drink, ladies and gentlemen. If you have a nice cocktail, you're sipping on a little beer. Maybe you're just having a little water, trying to stay hydrated. Time to take a little sip. Every time my camera turns off, it's a little drink game we play. Yeah, we'll see. Look at how much it sells the movement, right? It's wild because you don't. It's something you maybe don't even pick up, but then when you look at it, you're like, whoa. Cheers, sir. I'll drink my coffee with you. There we go. My crappy camera. I mean, it's not a terrible camera. It's a GoPro Hero 7. I love it. It's a Hero 7 Black. This isn't really ideal for being used as a webcam, but I'm making it work. There is a way to fix the random cutting out, but I think we're having fun with it. I might even leave it. Yeah, small details, but they matter. The little detail, it's like crazy because, our eyes are insane and our brains are also insane. Mine probably more insane than most. But the little details are actually being picked up. Your brain is seeing everything. Like it's seeing it, but it's not necessarily knowing what it's looking at 100%. But you feel every little. Oh, that's wrong. Look at the tail. If I'm going to do that, I actually have to pull the tail in more. So let me just fix this real quick because I'm just noticing an issue with the tail. It's just a little off. There we go. Because if he's pulling his butt in, the tail should, see here, his butt's here. All of a sudden, this also needs to come in. There we go. Cool beans. Alrighty. We are moving along. We got our BFR going. Our BFR is cleaning up, baby. It's cleaning up nice. Almost as clean as my tub right now. Oh my God. The amount of bleach I used, by the way, not to circle back to that, but the amount of bleach I used. Wow. It's probably the cleanest my bathroom's ever been, honestly. I want to get back out of that, but I felt like that was something to talk about. Okay, let's get this little guy here going. This is going on the last frame that we need to clean up. And then I think what we can do is we could probably add a saddle, right? And then we'll clean up the tracker troll. And then we'll give him some nice Mad Maxi armor. Mad Maxi. I shouldn't have said that because it's like Maxi Pad. Perfect segue. I've thought about getting a Segway. Those things really didn't take off like you thought they were going to. Although, there's like a little gang of people that they ride around. I don't know if you've seen these like new little hoverboard things. They have like a giant wheel in the center. It's like a big wheel. It's like wide. It's like rubber, like a car wheel, car tire. And then like, oh, so tire, not a wheel. And then they put their feet on either side of it and they're just like going. Things look crazy. There's like 10 dudes all riding around like they were like some kind of new type of gang in town, you know? They're like, haha, hit us and we will call our fathers. That's the kind of gang they were. They all had like polo shirts on. They all had like button ups and like a white hat on backwards. Just kidding. They had like, you want to be in that gang? I mean, I'm kind of mad that I wasn't involved, but I also I'm not cool enough to have one of those little, what do they call? I don't even know what they're called. Basically a hoverboard, but they're different than a normal hoverboard. which I don't even like that those are called hoverboards because they're not really hoverboards. Marty, they're not hoverboards. Yeah, he does. Getting roasted now, guys. I'm probably about medium well. No, I'm just kidding. I'd say medium. I'd say medium rare still. Oh, that tail's looking a little fat there, bud. It's probably too thick. All right, let's fix that a little bit. Just a little. Stream, they said. It'll be fun, they said. Just kidding. That's what she said. Hey! That's so funny. I don't know if you noticed, but I have a countdown timer, and it's my favorite thing because on the countdown timer, it says coming shortly, and then I have a little talk bubble that pops up that says that's what she said. So like, oh my god, so funny. I think that's hilarious. I also kind of want to have Michael Scott do it, or pop up. That'd be so funny, but I don't want to cross those lines. Oh. Right. Get it off. Whoa. Let's just save our work. I scared myself a little bit. I thought maybe you ever like accidentally X out of a program and you didn't realize, and it's like, do you wish to save? And you're like, I don't want to save right now. You probably should have saved, but you're like, nah. And then it closes and you just lost everything. I've done that more times than I can count, and I'm not proud of it, but it's funny. LOL. Don't do that. I've done it like, oh my god, I wish but I mean, when you put as much miles onto a computer, there's a lot of bad things you've done on accident. Destroy so much work. My one thing was that I would always let my computer sleep. Excel too many times to remember. Yeah. Yeah, man, I've done that way too many times. Or like, I'll always leave my computer on sleep. I used to always leave my computer on sleep. So I'd I figured that was, instead of turning your computer off, it was like telling yourself to go to sleep. Like, so you press sleep. It means it's time for you to go to bed, right? That's what I thought. So I'd always put it on sleep mode. And I sometimes would forget to save things. Well, then I would come back on and do a little bit of work. Forget I didn't save it. And then it'd be like an update. So like Microsoft would like push an update. Oh my god. I've lost so much work from that. Because that little thing would pop up and be like, hey, you want to save? Yep. Auto recovery getting dementia. 100%. He summoned you. You were summoned because this place is dope. I'm just kidding. Welcome, Chelsea. Welcome to the main event, the Thunderdome. This is animation. I don't know if you like animation. If you like video games, if you like old school Disney. There's a lot of different things to like here. If you like terrible commentary. Oh, I went off. I love that you put that every time that it turns off. It's like the plague. Oh, I'm contagious, all right. It's terrible. I love how she said, though, why have you summoned me here? It's funny. Did I wake you up? Did I rub your lamp? Sorry, we're going to be quoting Disney here and there. Too soon, bro. Oh, shit. Never too soon for some good dark comedy. It's always good. Just got some softies that can't handle it, right? If a joke's funny later, it'll be funny now. No, it's terrible. No, it's definitely wrong. But whatever. We roll with it. We roll with it. I mean, it's a good thing. So we're not monetized here, so we could just pretty much have fun, right? That's the idea. We're just having fun, hanging out, spreading the good word about Archaic Logic. Have you heard about your game studio lately? Just in time, if you ask me. Oh, man. All right, let's figure this weird foot out. I kind of drew this haphazardly. Honestly, I could probably put this up a little higher, because it's got its heel down, which is just odd looking. Let's put that up a little bit. There we go. Now we can. See, it's doing that weird thing if you're not zoomed in enough. Whoa. Well, hello. It's back out of there. That got weird. Okay. Let's find ourselves again. It's the problem with being left-handed. Some of these things aren't really made for being left-handed. So, my other arm is being used for... Let's just move my keyboard over. There we go. That should solve a lot of the issues we were having. But yeah, if you like animation, you like 2D games, you want to see something cool done by somebody that's not is in it for passion. It's not necessarily, evil like EA or just doing the next thing because it's what's trending. Give me a follow, man. Join Archaic Legion if you want. If you're a badass, because,
You are a badass.
Yeah. Yep. If you're a badass, join Archaic Legion, okay? And you can do that if you go to the website, go to archaiclogic.com. If you scroll to the bottom, you can see some cool art on the way, which is neat. And you get to the bottom, you can join Archaic Legion there. All you need is your email. And you can stay updated on everything cool that's going on with the game. If you join Archaic Legion, you also get access to some cool discounts in the future. We're going to have some awesome merch and stuff like that coming out, and as well as opportunities for beta testing and other things like that. So if you want to get your hands on a beta, go ahead and join. And if you don't want to give away your email, you can just like us on Facebook. You can follow us on Twitter. We're all over the place. I'm in every single social media. Also on Instagram. Sorry for the plugs, but just figured if you wanted to get a little more information, you can do so. Okay. He's got really tiny feet, but we're just going to roll with it for see, you went really small. We need to go a little bit bigger on that. You know what we're going to do? We're going to play it like this. We're just going to go like this. We're going to cheat a little bit. This guy's just tiny. You know what? I like this, but we're just gonna scale it. Cause why not? Maybe give it a little. I really wish I could zoom using my scroll wheel. But this is, I have to do it like manually like this, like hotkey. I can't really control it as much as I can in like Photoshop. Alright. But as much as we like this, it's this ugly line work. It's hideous, so we gotta fix it. And we're just gonna redo it because it's horrid. It wouldn't be bad if it was hairy, because it kind of looks hairy, but that's not what we were going for. So we need to have secure lines that know where they're going. Okay. Do I get a discount too? Think about it. I'll think about it. That's the one. Right? That was a solid foot hand. I don't know why this is I just keep thinking of like a chicken's ass, like right here. This looks like a chicken butt. All right, it's looking pretty good so far. Look at that, we were almost there. We are almost to our destination. Please keep your hands and feet inside the vehicle at all times. Thank you for choosing Archaic Live. So dumb. What the hell? All right, let's keep moving here. Chicken ass. That's what the professionals say. It's professional terminology. You wouldn't know. It's my life, you know. It's just what I do. Okay. Nope. We're not going to do that because he's low. All right. This is a low frame. Let's try to keep this here. We got the forearm. Let's zoom in a little bit because the lines are getting wonky. It's getting a little thicker than I want. I mean, we like it thick, you know. We like it thick. Too thick, though. All right. You know, I'm noticing the arm's a little short here, so I'm just going to try to adjust it a little bit. That's what she said. You guys. That's so funny. You timed that at like the same time. I'm liking the way the stream's going. I like it. I like the mindset. The random that's what she said. It's powerful. It's a powerful thing, you know? I'm going to have to probably have some Archaic Logic merch. One of the shirts. It's going to be like that's what she said. Merch. Be funny. All right. So let's see. Previous frame, we have all of this big movement and it's settling. So we need to start like. We'll zoom in a little bit because we don't want our lines to get all wonky. About texture though. Have a couple of them like really bending backwards. Yeah, look at that butt hair, baby. That's some nice butt hair. Hey, thanks, John. What's up, buddy? job with the game since school. Yeah, man. It's so funny because even like, well, we'll see. Before I started like the idea of making this game, back then, man, I was at Mildred Ellie. Dane Bramaged. A little. A lot. Who, me? Are you... I'm confused about the Dane Bramaged. Myself. Uh-oh. Confused. You tried to confuse. Alright. Cool left-handed coffee mug. You don't have a lot of them there. Left-handed coffee mug. All right. Maybe we could actually probably start maybe bending his arm here actually, because like the more I'm looking at it, we could even like be like here, you know, little velociraptor hand. It's a strong hand. You know, because he's got a point of contact. And it happens so fast that you almost don't even really see it anyway, but we can really break it. Let's see. Yeah, that actually, I kind of like that little flick. It does like a little flick where like you can see it's like spinning its arm. Yeah, I'm vibing with it. I am vibing with it. Let's see. I don't know. You know what? I'm looking at it again and I'm not liking it now. It's really funny how this works. Pickle Rick fighting rats. Such a good scene, man. Such a good scene. You might have think that I would giving you a cool name like Scar or but no. So you're just a rat. I can't remember the whole line. Your friend died doing what he loved, doing what he knows best, being a effing rat. I'm trying not to swear on the stream, by the way. I'm trying not to say the F word. I will say everything else, though. But the F word's one of them I'm trying to not use, right? I feel like that's a good motto. What do you think? It's not nearly how I am in my personal life. It's such a good word. You were talking about the mindset of your audience. Oh, okay. Yeah. I'll talk about my audience that way. Just joking. I feel like I can bait you into saying it. You'll try. I'm trying to have the high ground here, Anakin. It'll happen. I'm sure it'll happen. But in the meantime, trying to be a good boy today. All right. Can't believe we've been streaming for an hour 45 minutes. What? That was wild. That was weird. Sounding like what's his face? Is it on Foo or Fighters? In case you didn't know this, I'm a little bit of a weirdo, but I think you gotta be in order to do what I do. You kind of gotta be a little bit weird to get into these characters. All right, Emperor, go. All right. All right, we're having a good time. We got the rat. He's snarling. I'm liking it. I'm feeling good about this rat, man. All right, let's see. What else we got? We got one more frame. Okay, just gotta finish this frame. I like having that kind of flat there. Ooh, it's a big old thick line. That's thick with two C's, baby. Let's get up in there. Let's get up in there. All right. Cool. Whoop. Wish I could lock that off. Whenever I've got little buttons on here, and this one is my pen button. But if I press pen twice, or brush button, if I press it twice, it'll put the spray paint thing on. Whoa. It'll put the spray paint on there, and that's not what we want. We don't want that. It's not a good time. All right, let's get these feet. All right, we're looking, flapping our feet. Rolling, rolling, rolling. Boom. Got a belly. Strolling. Oh, yeah. That's looking good. That's looking good. All right, I think that's about where we want it. I'll go through and add like little toenails and everything, but I'm not gonna make you have to see all that. That's not fun. We're just gonna move on here. Let me get this belly right, actually, right here. Just realized I didn't do that. All right, I think we got them all. Let's go through each frame. This is each frame. Boom, boom, boom. Okay. Looks good. Looks good, man. All right, let's turn off the background frame. Oh, see? We missed the tail. That's what we missed. Yeah, that's fine. Let's find the tail. Where did we miss the tail? Here it is. Alrighty. That's a thick tail, baby. Too thick. Okay. The longer arcs are like hard to get right. So it's a lot of Control Z sometimes. Alright, we're going to do this. Oh, jeez. That's not what I wanted to do. That's not what I wanted to do. Back up. Get this right. Alright. Zoom in just a little bit. What's happening is my forearm keeps hitting this, which is hitting Control. And then when I'm pressing space, Control space makes it do the zoom also. And so it does that weird zoom that I don't want it to do. Alright, here we go. Make his tail a little bit longer than it is here. Down. Perfect. Perfect. Hell yeah. That's a good tail. Alright. Tail's done. Awesome. That was fun. Okay. Let's come up with a pretty cool saddle. You know, we'll get the saddle on here, and then we'll throw on the cleanup for the tracker troll. Alright, let's get the saddle. So we'll zoom in. I'll actually turn on the tracker troll just for... Where did he go? Oh, he's up higher. Here he is. Here we are. We have a tracker troll. I love it. Imagine this guy chasing after you. And what I can do also is this is a guy riding it, but I can even have a guy standing like back here. So you can have like two of them. And this guy could be launching projectiles at you. So, and that's not even that hard to do, actually. What I could do is I could just animate him standing, and then I'll have a point, like right here, and I'll actually put that in the game, and I'll animate that point, because you can use Unity's animator, an animation window. And actually, I can animate in space, and I can literally put a point, and I can move it, and then he could be attached to that point, parented to that point, so that he's standing there, and I could have him just standing there, and he could be like shooting arrows at you, or maybe shooting a pea shooter, whatever he's shooting at you. I don't know. Or maybe they throw like those things where it's like, I forgot what it's called. It's like three weights or three weights on like a rope. There's like 3 ropes, and they throw it around your ankles. I don't know, something like that. Or maybe they shoot like a net gun at you while they're trying to get you. So that's possible, but we can always add that later. We're working on this guy right here, just the main rider. So, I just feel so good seeing it. I don't know why, it just gets me hyped. All right. Okay. Let's do we're going to put this up here, and we're going to move our light table. Move our light table over this guy. And we'll even put our clean line work over this guy. Wait a minute. What happened here? Something. Okay. I just realized that I labeled this one clean line work. Oh, that's all weird. But I actually animated on a whole nother layer. Such a pro move. Aaron. You are professional. Actually, I think... Oh, I know why. I know why it happened. Okay. That happened because... Remember when I changed the face? Yeah, I'm going to add a saddle. I did like a rough of one earlier. But we're going to go ahead and just add a saddle now. I want to do like sort of like a Mad Max style sort of saddle. So let's name this saddle Bolo. Oh, yeah. Bolo. I've been really into this show, Alone. It's not the show on Netflix. It's the one on Hulu. It's not. I think it's on the History Channel. But basically, they drop people off, and they have to just survive as long as they can. And the last one survives. Gets last one on the island or whatever, wherever they are, gets $500,000. Like, oh, I'm so addicted to this show right now. And in one of the episodes, this girl made one of those. She made a bolo to try to get a duck. It's pretty cool. That's why that was like in the forefront of my mind. Okay, cool. So he's holding on to the spot. So we have like this little saddle lead I had an idea on. So we'll just kind of play around with this concept. Give some straps. I'm just gonna be really rough actually, instead of being so careful. We'll just be rough with it. It attaches here. He's got this little handle thing that kind of comes down. I'm thinking like a dog harness. You know, like the dog harnesses, kind of. Maybe this. Coming back. tattered blanket thing. I don't know. Make sure we lock everything so we don't accidentally erase. Because with this program specifically, you are a pro. Me? Nah. Not yet. I'm working on it. Appreciate that, though. Always learning. I think we all are, though. Right? Gotta have that mentality. Maybe instead of straps, we could do chains for this part. That might look cool. Oh, it's about just getting the idea. Maybe we'll hang like a little satchel of skulls or something, you know? Maybe that might be cool. We'll do this. Placeholder. Now, when we think about the size of its head, though, compared to the size of this little guy, and it might actually be like this big because he's little, right? So that's a human skull. This could be a human skull, and then we can make a couple different ones. Just duplicate it. Put this one over here. Get a human skull. Maybe we'll have like an elf skull, so it's a little bit smaller. You know what? We're going to do it at a different angle, though. But we know the size, so now we can just zoom in. Appropriate size. We'll do another angle on it. Let's have it downward, so it's like hanging down. Hanging down. We have the eye. Boom. We have the nose. We just see just a tiny bit of this sticking out, and then we just jaw up our cheekbones. Back up. Back through. Boom. It's a little bit alien, so we're gonna almost fix this a little bit. What is that? Parietal bones. It goes. Is it like this? Yeah. Right. I think so. I'm being terrible. I'm not using reference. I'm just kind of sketching this, so bear with me. I'm pretty sure that's the way the parietal bones look, but I think they kind of do this little crack. Yeah, well, works for now. Works for what we're trying to accomplish here. And we'll back up. We'll fill it with a little bit of color so we can actually see it when it's overlapping. Oh, don't want to do that. Don't want to do that. B. Nope. Hold on. Yes. There we go. We had a nurse in the chat. Why didn't I just ask? Probably have more than one nurse in the chat. Okay. Screw it. Actually, wait a minute. There's this isn't what I thought it was. Not for Nephilim, though. I know. It's just got 2. Alright, we'll just dump a little bit of white paint in there. And we'll make it so it can fill gaps. The bones aren't really this white. They're actually like a yellowish color. I know from experience. Just kidding. But for what our purposes are, our purpose is to display Alright, now we're just going to duplicate this one more time. We'll erase the jaw. Because, you know, sometimes it's nice to have one without a jaw, right? Less talking. Less talky. Less talky. Let's tilt it a little bit. Make it just a little bit larger, just different sizes. Cool. Color it real quick. Whoa. Alright, good enough. And we'll just drag that there. Cool. I just see those rattling as it's running. It'll add that little extra, you know? That's what I like to do. I like those little details, you know? They really bring a character to life, you know what I'm saying? It's got history. You know this guy means business because he's stacking skulls. Ha ha! This little creep. Cool, man. Thanks. Alright. We got the leather. We got the chains. We're having a good time. Alright. Uncle Ralph. Yeah. I know. I kind of looked like a pro there for a second when I was drawing the skull. I looked like I knew what I was talking about. Fake it till you make it. All right. I think that's pretty good. I like this, and then we can just like put tufts of hair in front of it, just to give it a good little feel there. What else can we add to the rat to make it just kind of neat as far as like armor to give it that Mad Maxy feel? We could probably give it some like well, no, they'd probably just be on the front, like those. A helmet on the rat? Maybe. You know what? We'll draw another layer, and then we'll add that. What's cool is that I can actually draw that separate, and we can have some pretty cool things. I'm just picturing like leather armor, because it wouldn't have like. That's what she said. I could add some like plated leather for some of them, like I could literally do a whole layer that's separate, and then what I do is I'll actually export it separately, so I can have that actually be random. Like you can have, it'll make it look like you're not having the same guy. Yes, more of a mask. Let me see. I can even make this dark here. Dark around the eyes. Here. But just have to remember, so these guys are kind of like tribal in a way. So they don't have, like, he's wearing a butt flap. I mean, they'll probably have some little bit of leather armor. Yeah, so it's kind of got that He-Man vibe, I think, a little bit. So we can even, like, add some little... just for like alternate versions, or maybe like there's a commander, like, you know what I mean, like there's a higher up tracker troll, you know, he looks a little bit different, maybe he has like a beard or something, I don't know, it can make him look a little bit different, and then he's like a special one. And what's cool is like you can like hang chains or something off of there. So this is like this would be like a fully decked out armored rat. We're having fun though with that concept. It's pretty cool. I like it. Cool. You don't want to mess with an armored rat. I like it. So we're going to start with this base one. And then we'll add these out. We'll do a whole animation adding this separate version. Awesome, man. I'm glad you like it. I feel like when you see this guy, you'd be like, oh, shit. You know what I mean? Like, you're like, oh, maybe he's got more health because he's armored. You know, it's just a way to tell the player he's armored. So, okay. Cool. So now... I'm actually going to get rid of... I might actually move him. Where is he? Oh, here he is. Move these under the light table. So I can see him, but I can work on this. So... So this is like a thing you can grab. That's the idea. Maybe I'll spike, comes down, part you sit on, goes around. Cool. Maybe we'll just put the chain thing here too. Just brings the whole thing together, right? That'll look dope. Maybe these are held on by chains. I mean, we're just really going for it, right? I mean, might as well. Like the chain thing, it's pretty cool. Maybe even have these, I don't know, how would that look? Whoa. I was just thinking, like, if there was like those were also trailing behind, but I don't know. I'm not about it. Or you know what, actually? It could be. This is an idea. Well, I'm drawing it kind of sideways, but for right now. But I'm thinking like a little like birdcage looking thing, and then that's where it puts like that's where they put their little the guy they caught. You know what I mean? Like they caught you, so they put you in the little birdcage, and that just like freaking flails behind as you're running. So you're just like in it. You're like ah. I don't know. That's an idea. Maybe not that long of a chain, though. I don't want it to get too convoluted. You know, it's a lot to animate. And I got to do more animations than just this run cycle. So I got to remember that. But I'm all for making stuff cool. And really, or spiked ball, they whip at you. That's an idea. We're going to ditch it. We're going to ditch it. We don't want to get too crazy. I think we're going to do, because what I like that these guys can maybe nip at you, right? These guys are like whipping stuff at you, you know? Like maybe they're throwing poison darts at you or something. You got to kind of dodge while you're trying to get away from them. Because the idea is that most of the time these guys are going to be chasing you. You're going to be riding your battle pig. So you're going to be riding Turin, and you're going to be getting chased. And so you're just basically trying to evade these guys trying to stop you. I picture like a chase scene. So like these guys are all chasing you. You got maybe 2, 3 of them, you know, and maybe there's other guys right on their backs, and they're just like using like slingshots, slinging stuff at you. Who knows? And then you get like barricades where they're all like they're trying to trap you, like like you know how like the police do, and like you're like they have like they're having a police chase. They like throw out the barbed wire and stuff like that. So you got like all of a sudden you'll have like the tracker trolls ahead, like trying to throw a barricade that you have to try to evade. You know, stuff. That's kind of like a little runaway level that I'll probably add. Okay. Cool. I dig it. Now I'm just gonna pull the light table. I'm gonna pull the light table over all of it, and then I'm just gonna start a new layer. And I'm gonna break it up into some pieces. But what's really cool about this one is it's not gonna be too bad to animate actually. It's going to be pretty easy. So, cut the layer. Okay. Chewed stuff up. A little bit destroyed, maybe a little bit of fur. Oh, this might be cool actually. Let me add this. The Riders. I think it'd be pretty cool seeing that animate that. The flag's gonna be a little bit difficult to animate. Not super difficult. It's really not that bad. But I think that's gonna add something nice. I don't know. Let's take a look. Okay. Oh. Gotta change that color back. One thing too is like whenever you're making something that's evil, right, or bad, it's got to be like jaggedy. It can't be too curvy. You got to make sure you add like the jagged pieces because it's a natural thing in our minds, and we got to be thinking about that too when we're designing things. You could use 3 skulls as your bolo. Oh, that's a good idea. That's the bolo right there. It's a chain skull bolo. Whoa. Haha. That's dope. I really like that, actually. I like that a lot. Holy crap. Yeah, sold. That's a thing. That's a thing now. There's like, I just see him like up there like, like doing that. Like the guy back here, grabs one of these and whips it, tries to knock you off because basically they want to knock you off, beat the crap out of you, and then take you back to their lair or whatever, basically. And I was thinking about it. I was like, maybe if they get you, like maybe you can get taken, like, and then you wake up and you basically like, if they get you, you wake up in the prison, and then you have to like escape, I don't know. We're just working with ideas. We got a lot of ideas that need to be ironed out. I got the overall arc of the game, but then like, you got all these little things you can add. I'm never sold on anything. I can always just adjust things. And make sure it's like terrible stitch job because little gremlin things put together. Maybe they used it like by taking it from like a village, but it's like old and tattered and garbage, and they just have to fix it because they don't really know how to make things, more like destroy things. Although I picture like a tracker troll, just like his back, like, they didn't really live the troll life. They were like, man, I want to be a dentist. Like in Rudolph. I want to be a dentist. We're just a couple of misfits. Yeah. I'm not going to sing any more of that. I don't even know why I started singing it. But this is the guy sitting back, and he's like making the flag, and he's like sewing the seat, the saddle. He's like, man, the guys are going to be so happy when they see these saddles. They're sick. So decked out. Why does my brain work this way? I don't even know. But I picture that whole scene happening. Rudolph reference. It's a good one, man. What's cool about the saddle is it's since it's side scroller, we could pretty much just keep duplicating it. We're gonna basically do what we did with the head, and we're just gonna. So we really have to just draw it once. The flag is gonna take a little bit of love, and the skulls are actually gonna be easy. We're going to draw them separate. We're actually going to make them on separate layers and just keep, we'll be able to move them around. Let the hair kind of overtake it. Can't believe we've all been hanging out for 2.5 hours. It's been super fun though. That's crazy how the time's going by, man. Skulls will bounce separately. Yep. So I'm gonna draw each one. This was just an idea of what the skulls look like, but I'll literally have their own layer, and then I'll animate them as it's running. I'll just like make them like so that way they can like roll over. And you know what? Ugh, I might even animate them so that they like rotate. You know what I mean? Like the head turns a little bit. You know, nothing crazy because I don't want to get too carried away. Because you got to remember the amount of work I put into this character. It's got to make sense for like what the other characters look like. I can't put like I have all these little things happening on this character, and then I have another character that needs like that same level, and that just stretches your scope. So like, I'm putting a lot of love in this character, but I think it's an interesting character, and it's part of it is almost like these when you run into these guys, it's going to be more of like a story arc thing. So it's okay that we put in a little bit. What am I doing? I'm starting to draw the rat. Oopsie. But yeah. So yeah, these are going to animate on top. I'm going to separate the layers. All right. Cool. I like it. Everything you multiplies work in the future. Yes and no. So if I make too much, I got to remember, yeah, everything I do so it can. Now, I just have to keep in mind like not to overdo it, because if I overdo it, it'll basically make the other enemies or other characters just not look as good. You know what I mean? Like, you're going to have the characters you see the most need to be the ones that you worked on the most. You know what I mean? Like, so Enoch has had way more time put into him than, other characters, because you're seeing him all the time, right? You're going to be seeing that character all the time. He's got to be right. But if I spend and I have all these little details on this guy, and then I make another character that doesn't have nearly as many little details, it's like bland, you'll notice. The players will notice, and it just won't. A, it'll bother me, but B, something will seem off. It won't look like it's from the same world. And I try to keep all that in mind when I'm making these things. So it's a lot to balance, but in your head. But basically, you just have all these things floating, saying like, okay, wait, do we? The smoothing tool is not helping me right now. It's like making my lines weird. All good. Now we're going to hide the rest of that with fur. Cool. I'm liking it. I'm liking that. That is a pretty saddle. That is a pretty saddle. All right, now we're just going to basically go through and we'll add frames to each one of these. Wait, what the heck? Do is once. Okay. And I'm actually going. Well, I'll animate all that. That can all stay. Okay. So now I'm just going to grab the frame and move it up. And like sort of. Whoa. There we go. And I'm just going to move it to where it needs to go. And then we can always adjust after, but this is just this is the quick part here. We're going to just place them all. Okay. And we can rotate them. shrink it a little bit, get away with some of it just to make it fit. This chain will have to get animated a little bit. I won't worry too much about all that little stuff yet. We'll just get all these placed. You know where his hand's going to be, which is right there. Then we just rotate off at that point. That's a little bit off, but we can again, we got some squashing and stretching happening, so we can play around with it, and you won't really fully notice some of these things. I'm just gonna rotate it here. See, this is gonna get animated because it's cloth, and you gotta like remember what's firm and what's movable, like what's malleable. Okay. He's going to be over top of this, so like it'll hide some of the weirdness, and it'll look like he's still holding it. It won't look as, there's just like little hacks to it. How will that interact with the rider? You'll see when I put him back on top of it. So right now it looks odd because it's in front of him. But like his hand and everything is in front blocking it. And so this is also a strap. So he's going to be jerking the strap. And you know, get your heads out of the gutter. So you'll see it'll look better because he's going to be in front of it. So we're getting there a little bit. I don't think it should rotate the way it is. So what I'm actually going to do is turn onion skinning on so I can see the previous frame. And I can rotate it back the way it needs to be rotated back. But I trust you. Trust fall, man. It's a trust fall. See, like this part here will probably be rotated downward. So there's malleable pieces, and then there's pieces that are firm. So we'll get through it. There's always an odd part. It's slightly odd, but it's coming down. All right, we're gonna be skipping past this frame. I just really want to get these all placed, and then once they're placed, we can really get into it. This is like a short term. And we're stretching. I'm just going to take this frame, put it here, and put it here, and reverse engineer it between them. So we got some weird stuff happening. This chain needs to be animated properly. But if we take the rider, okay, that's him. We put him out in front. It looks like he's on it. We actually might need to move him a little bit up on some of these frames, because now he's on a seat, so it's a little bit different. He's not like here. Like here, he can be a little bit higher. Turn off the onion skinning tool. Put him up a little bit. And what's cool is sometimes this stuff gives us perspective. It just gives us a way to understand him riding a little bit more than we would have before. Because like we can wrap our head around a seat. You know what I mean? We're like, okay, wait, you're sitting. Versus like, yeah. Yep. So that's why I do it on separate layers. Oh wait, that's not what I wanted to do. Oh, maybe this one too. Yeah, so I put the layers behind other layers. So there's like a million layers here. Like I should be doing a better job. Right here, we should be labeling these. If you can see where my cursor is, this shouldn't be named. These should be named properly. Like, so I've been doing a little bit. Okay, I'll do it like a little bit right now. Do crap line layer or crap line tracker. And then we'll say base color tracker. And that's a seat, so then we can say saddle. So then, you know, it's easier for me to like reference later, and I don't have to keep doing the wait, which one is it? That's this one? Okay. You know, like turn on and off. Oh, we had some blinks. I think it's time for another drink, boys and girls. I'd like a little coffee at 9 o'clock. But see, even just seeing this, now it's now I can like, maybe even, well actually I could probably take this layer and then I can actually do this. I can do a little, warp it a little bit. Instead of doing a full rotation, I can just like warp it. And now it's kind of where it needs to be here. Boom. Am I off? Oh. There we are. We fixed it. Sorry about that. I need to get this camera situation figured out. I don't know. There's probably a setting on there I gotta have on. I mean, it's plugged in. It's got plenty of charge. So, all right, Calabunga. Let's move him a little bit. But what's actually funny is this is actually giving us a good point of reference. So we can, whoa, not do that. Yeah, that's a big drink right there. You're right. Maybe we'll almost come up. Yeah, it's actually not bad. There's a little bit of weirdness we'll fix. There's like a little. He does a little bit weird. He's like up. All right. Let's see. Up. Boom. Oh, see, he should be coming a little bit more forward here. That's giving us some of the weirdness. can select a little bit, just a little bit more forward. Here. And then here he's going to have to start coming back. And then here we can even pivot him a little bit. Wow, I didn't even see that. Oh, it's out. What the heck? What is going on? Oh, my camera's gotten even worse. I don't know what's going on. Your 11 minutes are up. It's on. Is it going to turn off again? I think that second time I accidentally turned it off. Like I held the button too long when I turned it on. It definitely looks weird right now because we don't have the flag animating. Okay. Here we could probably even do this little guy. Really get weird with it. Oh yeah, I know. Cuz it was off. It's on now. I'm going to just do this actually. And I'm going to go here. I'm going to delete that. Paste this. I'm going to look at the previous frame, the head frame. And I'm going to like do this thing. You won't even see it. Happens so quick. See, you don't even see that weird frame. Look at this frame. Look how ugly this frame is. It makes no sense. I'll probably actually erase this arm. I'll do one of these. I'll just kind of have his arm like down here. It's such a quick frame, but you don't even notice it. See how it's a single frame? And you don't even see it. But you feel it. That's what he said. All right. So here, see if we can keep cheating a little bit using our tools. It might look weird. We probably won't do it, but I hate animating chain. It's just kind of a pain in the butt. So I'd rather just do this if I can. Just because you got to draw each one just takes so long. And I love the way it looks, though. Like, I mean, Enoch has an axe chain. But honestly, I hated animating it so much that I literally wrote physics to simulate it. So I don't have to animate it. So, yeah, see? It's stretching, but whatever. You don't really notice it's stretching. It just looks like it's doing what it's supposed to do. And that is where the trickery lies, my child. It jumps here. It's jumping from here to here. Should actually go up, over, up a little bit. Where is that weird frame? Bump, bump. There it is. We found it. This. But since we stretched it, you got to thin it out. Can't add too much volume. Boom, baby. Let's go. Cut corners, but it looks good. This is how we do it. All right. Aaron, don't do that. Stop it. Stop it now. All right, we're not going to worry about this part yet. We're actually just going to worry about this part. I want it to be bloody proper. Actually, I will just select this part because that one part is kind of like secure. It's secure, as Kanye West would say. It's so secure. Nah, I don't like the way it looks. Whoa. Alright. Alright, we'll just do it the other way. Rotate it. We'll rotate and erase. That's what. It's going to be like this. You know what? The saddle's a little off. Maybe we'll just rotate the whole saddle a little bit. Just a hair. I think it's up too much. Yeah. And then we can tweak it. I don't know how that happened. I don't remember. Oh, yeah, it was a while ago. I just haven't had to draw. Changed the color to green when I was drawing his, like, weird little arm. And what's cool is we can break things because it's just about playing with your eye, making it look more real than it is. You don't have to be too serious about everything because no one makes it out of this alive. Alright, it's right here. Turn this down. Now, it's falling down, so we gotta remember, we can even, while we're at it, might as well start doing the cloth there. And the cloth is basically gonna mimic the fur. Basically just gonna mimic the fur. So it's kind of coming down. It's really coming down here. Here it's like really stretched out. Let's put this on. So it's like really dropped here, and we'll probably actually almost block off most of it because it's coming up over itself, then back, and then still falling down here to the next frame. So we can even don't see it that close. That's not even something you really see. Maybe when it's colored in, you'll notice it more. But it's there. It's happening. And then back down. Just get weird with it. Oops. What layer is here? Lock. There we go. See, made my life a little easier by reading it. Oop, that's weird. That's weird right there. We're doing too much. They call it over animating. In fact, I'm actually going to stop worrying about the cloth right this moment, and I'm just going to worry about right here. We're going to bring up this line work. And the more pieces you got moving, the more difficult it make it all to work together. Well, yeah and no. My camera on or off? Stupid freaking camera, man. Why are you turning off? You're plugged in. There's no reason for this. You bloody. Alright. It actually will all work together. It's hard to tell right now. Thanks. It's hard to tell, you know. Once you, yeah. Oh, the camera, yeah. It just turned off for a second. It's on a slight delay. So it's not happening. Like, I'll notice it before you guys see it. So I'll have it happen like almost like a second before you guys, or 2 seconds. All right. I'm just gonna take this. But yeah, things do get a little bit more complicated the more stuff you add. That's why you don't want to add too many things. You know what I mean? Appreciate it, man. I'm liking it. I'm liking it a lot. I like the chains. Like, I like it. It's just, you know. What's cool is we're getting away with a lot of things. Then that's what's really great, right? We're getting away with a lot because we're using our tools, which is key. Using your tools. Always use your tools. Hell yeah. That flag, when I get that flag animated, dude, it's going to send this to another level. Like, it's just going to be like, what? Like, it's going to feel so cool. Now, what's cool about this one is that doesn't really matter because it's going to get caught in the folds. Boom. On. Yeah. I knew it was on dead. It went off and then it went back on. All right, we're going to. I think we got that middle chain all pretty much done. Up, over in the folds, down. This guy can get stretched a little bit. We'll stretch it and then we'll actually add a little slight underside like you maybe couldn't see before. Cool. And now we're going to move on to the flag because I think that's pretty much where it needs to go as far as that part. The flag's going to be interesting. So we got a couple things happening. It's going to be moving like that because of the air, but it's also doing this. So you got to do this and this. It's going to be a little bit complex, but best way to do it is to now take the light table, move it over top of all of that again. And you know what? I don't even want to see this, so I'm just going to put the light table above all of it. I call it a light table because it's like a light table. I just put a slightly translucent layer over top, and I can trace and then go over top of it. So overall, it's a lot easier to animate one line than it is to animate a whole square. So what you do is I have this. And it's coming up because it's following this pole. So first we're going to animate where it's going, like sort of like the rat tail. And in fact, I might actually be able to. It's going to be like the rat tail, just not as much weight to it. It's actually going to be slower than the rat tail. Where did I draw? Oh, right here. Okay, let's name this flag reference. Okay, our next frame. And we're actually just going to go ahead and we're going to mimic all the frames of the rat moving because that's what it's reacting to. So it's reacting to that movement, so it makes it a lot easier to look at it that way. Where's my light table? Let's move the light table a little bit. Cool. All right. We can see our previous frame is down here, and it's gonna basically drag. It's gonna come down now a little bit, and now we're up here, and I'm just gonna make my light table enormous because I'm tired of adjusting it. There we go. No more worries. All right. So we see our previous. We have our point here. And we're just. Yeah, so we're going to worry about the first movement, which is just this horizontal one. Actually, that's not good. And then we're going to apply the little bit of a wave movement afterwards. It's a lot easier if you take something and you take it into smaller pieces. Like if we had to animate all that at the same time, we're doing a lot of guesswork, and it's not going to be efficient. It's not easy to think about. We're making our lives harder. Oh, it's a terrible line. Okay, come on. Maybe that's better. Maybe. Well, that works for the arc. Oh. Gotta make sure I lock all my layers. There we go. So I don't accidentally erase the wrong one. Okay. Next one. Over here. Show my pencil to our brush. And that's good. Maybe a little bit higher actually, because it's kind of coming up and following that arc. It's going to be probably like right here. Boom. Next one. Doing this little thing. And it's coming back again. Like that. Until it's... So that's just its base movement there, but that's not really pulling into the... And you got to remember, too, he's continuously moving forward, so the air is also pushing it backwards. So that's just it, sort of, if it was kind of like a cardboard sort of flag. That's kind of how it would look. Things get weird when you start adding the... Alright, so now over this, we'll do another color. I'm going to pick green. So when something does the wave, it's going to be like this, right? And then what happens is I'm going to draw this green line over the main line, but I'm going to be aware of this wave occurring. So now this was here. It's going to be pushed down a little bit further. So it's going to be like this. Right? I'm going to go to the next one. And then that's going to be like, we're going to probably start another low into a high. So like has 3 dimensions. Yeah. Yep. Well, even when you're working with a two-dimensional drawing, it still has 3 dimensions. We're faking perspective through the use of illusion. So we're using squash and stretch and things getting smaller, which that's something we can play with for perspective. The smaller an object gets, we perceive it as being further away because that's how our natural life is. When you see an object and it's far away, it's small. When it's closer, it's larger. So we use a lot of things with that when it comes to 2D. All right, so we're stretching up a little bit. So it's going to be, the low now is going to be coming up and the high is going to be towards the end. So now we're kind of stretched this a little bit. That's probably good. And now we're starting a high and we're finishing-ish with a low. So kind of like an arc like that. And now we're coming back now. We've got the high here. The low's going. So what does that mean? That's going to mean that I think we're going to be dealing with like almost like a fold because it's kind of like it's coming backwards, so it's being like squished. So we're going to have to deal with that in a second. And then as we come back, we're going to have this where it's basically back and forward like that. So it's going to be kind of like it's kicking itself back, but it's coming forward. It's hard to explain that. It's hard to talk through that part. But then the air's catching it again because you have now reached, you're going to be reaching a point here where you were here. So now we're just going to take this one. I'm going to copy paste it here. And I'm essentially going to do a between these two, which is basically this is a top coming in. Why is it black? Need to be green. Okay. Stretch, pull through, reach back, and it's starting to come back to full again. And hopefully okay. We'll have a better idea too once we do this. So this is my trick. This is how I work flags. Alright, so I'm going to take all of these. I'm going to highlight the whole thing. Go to multi-tab. So now I can see every frame, and I can actually select and edit every frame in one shot. So I'm going to select all these frames. Okay. And I'm going to duplicate them and pull them down just a little bit vertically. Oh, did I not select them all? What the heck? Hold on a second. Some of these didn't get selected. Some of them did. Wait, I am confused. Oh, did I undo it? What did I do? How are they duplicated and then not duplicated at the same time? So confused. Okay, let me just undo. I don't know what the hell happened there. That was really strange. Okay. Alright, we gotta We got something going on here. What is going on here? Oh. There's like a single frame that has all of those? Alright, I don't know what's happening. We're gonna Control Z. When in doubt, Control Z it out. Cool. There we go. I have no idea what happened there. That was weird. That was really weird. It's old program, so instead of doing it that way, we're just gonna do it this way. Because they're references, so we're just gonna copy these frames. We're gonna come into this layer, and you know what? Before I forget, let me go ahead and save. If it's acting up on me, I'd hate for it to crash. That'd be horrible. Alright, so now we'll just paste this frame. Cool. Now we'll just lock this one. We have all these. We'll highlight this whole thing. And we'll vertically shift, pull straight down. Okay, and then we'll just kind of move these points over so they are where they need to be. Cool. That did something. That was a little weird. I don't want that. I don't want that. I don't want that last adjustment I added. It's a little complicated. Okay. Okay. There we go. That's kind of what I wanted. And then we use that as the reference. So we just basically take that and then we lock them and go back over top, and then we say flag cleanup. There's still some adjustments that might have to be made, but this is definitely a more complex character that we've made than I normally, some of the guys aren't as complex as this. And we'll adjust each layer accordingly because we have our reference of where the pole is, and so they'll move it. We should move them accordingly. So we'll just go through and adjust this where it needs to be. They're basically just mirroring each other. This is the trick. When I did this trick and I found it out, I was like, oh my god, I've been animating flags wrong my whole life. It changed everything. Everything changed that day. Actually, let's just duplicate this one. Because otherwise we'll get like a strange artifact. Actually, I like this one better. Not terrible. And then we'll just pull the light table over top. And then we'll go here. And we'll add all these frames again. Rinse and repeat. I think you're going to get in the way things work around here. I think, is it, you enjoying watching things come to life? What do you think? It was probably hard to follow at first. You're like, wait, what is it? And then it's like all of a sudden it's like, whoa. I used to not animate that way, and like, I don't know. One day it like clicked, and I was like, wait a minute, banners and flags. It makes it a lot easier to animate them that way. Just they're kind of a complex. They're a complex animal. They're a complex animal, there, guy. All right, let's go back to black, and we'll lock in exactly where the tears are. We'll add a little guy there. Maybe we'll put a little hole. And a little hole. And a little hole. Cool. Next one. Yeah, many factors you have to consider, and you got X and Y plus wind. Yes, sir. I mean, down to the fact that if this guy farts, that flag's affected. No, I'm just kidding. I didn't get away with a little bit because like some of it doesn't really. See. People think you kind of feel like you have to be perfect, especially when you first start out, and then you realize how loose you can actually be, and like what you can kind of get away with. And here I'm just kind of guessing, and we'll see if it looks good. And what's cool is it's so busy. It's such a busy animation that like these little things add a lot and aren't as noticed like at the same time. You know what I mean? Like these little details like, so if it's not perfect, it's not the end of the world because there's so much else going on that the eye, and plus it's going to be in motion. You know, you're going to be getting chased. You're going to be moving. You're going to be trying to get away from it. You know, you're not going to be examining every single little detail. So we can get away with a little bit, which is nice. But also make a badass little piece. You know, this guy's kind of cool. I like him. It tells a story. Where do these holes come from? You know, like who made that saddle? A misfit. A misfit troll did. Okay. We're just that's gonna be stuck in my head now. Why is that song so catchy, man? Or am I the only one that thinks so? I mean, it's okay. I could be the only one. It's fine. I think it just hits you somewhere from when you were a kid, man. You know. Just like Christmas ornaments going up. I'm not trying to talk about Christmas right now, but the fact that song came up. Oh, I can't wait to see how this looks when we're finished. get a little bit weird with it. Shrink it up a little bit. Which song? Oh, the song they sing in Rudolph. We're just a couple of misfits. That one. Not a couple of nitwits. I don't know why. It's stuck with me so much. Like whatever, if it gets stuck in my head, it's like in there. It's in there. It's not going anywhere. All right, so it's really, that's a big jump. So we'll do this. We're gonna really get a weird shape probably. Let's like really sell that movement. I think that's kind of what it would look like. But it's so quick. And then it's got to kind of wrap back around. So it's still Santa. Santa. Oh, I love that one. Herbie. Yeah. He wants to be a dentist. Why are we talking about this? Oh, man. It's funny. It's funny what comes up. All right. Actually, we already got this one. So we might have to make some adjustments because we already know. There we go. Let's get everything on here. Let's get rid of, move this light tool back. Where's the saddle again? Here is saddle. Wait. That's the sketch saddle. This is clean saddle. Alright, what we'll do, we already know what we want our flag to kind of look like, so I can just go ahead and delete this. Lock everything, unlock this. I think we'll have some drag. I feel like this pull should like bend a little bit. That'll help. So here it'll actually, let's unlock this again. Flag reference. We'll turn off these. Turn this back on. Dang it. Scroll down again one more time. Saddle. Lock this. Alright. Okay. That can get locked. This can get unlocked. And then we'll let these drag. This should actually drag this way. And maybe even tilt a little bit. And we're just going to basically just keep working. This one is going to not be so vertical. It's going to tilt. It's just about gaining understanding and just continuously iterating on understanding what we're working with. And it might not make a lot of sense at first. That's okay. The key is to try. This one's going to be a little bit closer, but still back. See how that little bit just did it? That little bit just did so much. It's crazy how these little things happen because it was too stiff. Like it was too stiff. We're gonna make this fix right here. The pole will like this will bend, but I can't actually erase it because I gotta undo it. Here we go. So make sure I'm on the right layer. Lock the other one. So this is really bent, and in fact this could probably get turned a little more even, and then maybe up. Herbie Hancock. It's Herbie Hancock. Right. So and then we just erase this other side because it's too thick. And then adjust. Still rotate this just a hair, and then too thick. Let's move in a little bit, make sure our lines are good. This could be too long, but yep, this can be a little bit tedious, but it's fun, you know. My favorite part is concepting though. Like the part where we're like really coming up with a movement. And I could probably add some more waves too. It could be moving a little bit more. I could probably make it do like a little bit faster, go through that wave cycle again, which could always just be an updated thing. I could always update it when I go to polish these animations. Because even still, it's not necessarily polished. None of this will be polished until later. When I go through to launch the game, I'll be going through and like ironing out everything. That was a cool trick right there you used to post a reference, then after Figured the flag changed the pole. Big brain it. Yeah, man. Honestly, hey, any tricks you can do to make your life a little bit easier, I'm about it. It's good to know where things should be, roughly. And then, but what's funny is that with the pole, I actually initially didn't think about the pole bending. But then I was like thinking about like looking at the thinness of the pole, and I was like, I feel like it would bend, and a lot of that's feeling. Just, like if you spend a lot of time looking at how things move and studying them. Like I literally pay attention to people. Like I pay attention to people. I pay attention to things. I see the way things move. So like I analyze a lot of things. So if I meet somebody, yeah. Try to keep it simple and then you just build it up. You get more complex. So a great description of like what to do is like whenever you watch a movie, when you're watching a film, right? It sets the scene. It starts off very generic. So it's New York City. Boom. Picture of Manhattan. Then it's like Empire State Building. Boom. Picture of the Empire State Building. It's bringing you from New York City. Boom. Manhattan. So you're in Manhattan of New York City. And then it's like, boom. Empire State Building. Boom. Shot of a window. Maybe you're in the office. And then, boom, somebody comes through the door and you're like, the scene starts. Like, that's how it works with film. So, like, everything kind of works that way. When you write, you start off generic and you get to the more specific. Same thing with drawing. And it's just a good way to work, good workflow. So this can drag, actually. And that's just it's just such a big jump. It's such a big jump. We can even probably rotate this a little bit. It's even better. I freaking love this, man. I'm just like picturing this in game. Like, imagine getting chased by this thing. Like, how cool is that? I feel so good about it. Like we can have the sound effects of the chains, like as it's running. Just like clink, clink, and then you just like hear its feet hitting the ground, and then you hear this guy like yeah, yeah, like making these gross little troll noises. Every time his tail hits the ground, there's like a slight sound, Well, the sound effects really sell the movement too. Okay. Damn it. Wait, maybe if I... There we go. What is your favorite color? Sounds of the skulls rattling too. Yeah, man. I still got to animate those skulls. Well, we got another half hour. I still got to eat dinner. I didn't eat dinner yet today. I got to eat. I always eat late though. It's horrible. But I was a server for so long, man. Just had such a late schedule. Alright. I'll probably actually erase the backside. Back out. There we go. Oh, don't want that. Whoa. So the reason it's filling in that way is because I have a tool on. It won't fill it. Like in Photoshop, if you go to dump it, where did the holes go? Oh, one of them did. That one hole disappeared. This one. Good call. The holes in part of it actually do disappear just because it's overlapping itself, but see the holes are here. This one hole's gone, but I'll fix that. Cool. I think I could have a little bit more drag on the way back, so it's and then on the way back, could probably even drag a little bit more. Although I feel like I only have 2 frames to hold that. Maybe I'll put this extra frame here. Let's see what happens. Kind of like that. Maybe. Hey man, appreciate it. I just want to take a second and say that I appreciate everybody that's hanging out so far. It's stayed with me throughout the evening. Y'all rock. There we go. That's a little bit better. I like it. Got a little bit more time, so I guess we could just I'm not gonna put the skull in there yet because there's gonna be a little bit of there's some movement on there, and I just don't. I feel like that's something to I gotta dive into and like play around with a little bit more. So I'm going to just start doing the skulls real quick here. So okay, got that there. I'm gonna bring this right. Okay, that's good. Make a new layer for the skulls. And I'm actually just gonna make this one layer, keep it clean instead of having to animate them all separately like that. I'm gonna do a rough of them moving though, and then I'll animate over top of it again. You know, same thing we've been doing every single time. So they're all gonna start here roughly. Oh, turned off. We're turning off or what? It's beeping. I don't know what that means. Did it turn off and turn back on? I don't know. Alright, well, we're still going. By the power of Grayskull. Yes. So good. Yes. So funny. All right, actually, so what I'm going to do is I'm actually just going to animate this guy first. I'll do one at a time. So I got a little, we're going to save this actually. I'm going to make another layer because I got two pretty on that one. We're going to do it like this. We'll change the color. We'll do green, like a tealish. All right. We're just going to keep it simple. It's facing this way. All right. And we're going to now on this frame, let's add all these frames again. Make it simple, then we'll work back up and we'll just basically add in all the details. So it's all reactive again. All right, so he was here. It's attached by chains. So I would say he's going to be like, it's going to be more downward of an angle. So I'm actually just going to do it right over top of him so I can see it. His head maybe turning but pointing downward more. Because why not? Why not just do this? I'm trying to think. Yeah, we'll just do it that way. Okay. He's going this way. Next frame. I'm going to say he's going to keep kind of turning because he's like, it's going up and he's kind of he's falling downwards because gravity's still pulling him. So I'm going to slightly turn his head again. This is called, this isn't pose to pose. This is like, what it's called? Frame by frame animation. So I'm just kind of guessing roughly where it would be relative to the body. It's kind of turning. It's following an arc. It's all things that I'm constantly thinking about. I can cheat on this one probably just a little bit. Just copy that, paste it, and I'll just rotate a slight amount. As it's still going up, because it had upward force, which is being applied by the rat, but it's also being applied on the object, so it's actually going to still have some of that force, and gravity is also decelerating on it. So it's basically trailing a lot like the tail, a lot like a lot of other things. Oops. Copy it, paste it, and now we're going to do a little squash and stretch with it because this is a big jump. But it's also attached to a chain, so it's kind of getting yanked. movement. I probably need to like tone it down a little bit. Like I kind of got a little crazy with how high it went. So here might be actually a bit lower. Because it's attached to the... Oh, it's attached here. It's not terrible. It's not terrible. It wasn't too bad. It wasn't too off. This can probably... Yeah. See? Now we just got to do that again with the other ones. And then once we have all these references, we're able to... Alright. So, now we're going to use a different color. We'll use red for this guy. Oh, I want to, like, I just want to draw details, man. Oh, it's so hard sometimes to just not. Okay. This is like which way it's facing. It's getting pulled upwards, and I would say it's probably doing similar. Slightly turning. Actually, let's see if it's pulling. I think we're going to turn. We'll do it the other way just for the sake of some variety. We'll start turning his head this way. So we'll actually kind of do this. We'll turn it even more. We can now select it. But its knee's coming, so what's actually going to happen, and now that I'm thinking about it, is it's actually going to like rotate it a little bit. Like its knee, the knee is going to bump it. So if the knee's here, it's going to kind of bump it. So it's turning, but it's also getting knocked back a little bit. And this might influence the other animations now that now that we're working on it, but we'll get there. So we're here. The knee's coming up. It's going to actually start turning its head back again because the knee hit it. And so it's kind of like this. Oh. Basically just going to have the same frame. So what I'll actually do, I'll have it selected, is I'll copy it. That way I can go here and paste it. But it's still being pulled, so it's going to slightly turn a little bit from the pulling. And we can move our pivot point to where the chain's going to be, roughly. So... It's a little heavier, so it's not gonna rotate as fast. So the little one might come up higher, maybe, and the big one takes a little bit more force to move it up. So it'll drag slightly, but that'll also give us variety instead of them all moving uniformly, which is also nice because they're all different sizes. Isn't it interesting all the things you have to think about doing this? It's funny because like I don't really talk about it like until now, and so it kind of even shows me the things I need to be thinking about. And because it took a little bit longer to get up there, I would say that it's probably going to still be up and almost a little bit higher maybe than the other skull. So we're gonna do another stretch, but it'll probably be like, I would say maybe like if it was here and it's still sort of coming up. Yeah, I just try to break it up as much as I can, you know what I mean? Like try to make it as simple as I can, think of it in the simplest terms. Okay, it's coming back down. We know this one though, because luckily we already had that started. And we'll just paste that over here. And then we're basically going to be coming back down into this, but it's abrupt. So we can... might even say these can probably go down even more now, but we'll do this. And then I'll select that whole thing and I'll actually just bring it down just a little bit more. There we go. It's gonna look so cool, man, when we get this. Uh-oh. Kind of like how it snaps back. Yeah. Well, I mean, it would. So it would snap. Like it needs it was a little bit too far. But that hit. Every time it hits, boom, boom, boom. It's applying a second force. So you have the rat falling. Then you have the normal force of the impact. So you have the normal force of the ground pushing up against the gravity of the rat's weight. Right? And that is causing an upward force on the rat, and the gravity is essentially just yanking down the skulls. So it would snap it. It's like a whip. His name is Rowdy. Rowdy the rat. He's getting rowdy. Alright, we're coming back down. Boom. Oh, the skull? The skull's name's Rowdy? Alright. Now we'll just rinse and repeat. Now we'll just do the Blue Ranger. Nice downward look to the head. I was talking about the rat. Oh, okay. Rowdy the rat. Okay. So the skull is turning, hitting this. Let's make it react to the skull hitting it. So maybe it tilts it this way. So it's going to tilt from that. Then the force is going up, kicking this one, and then we're going to just like really super react to it. So I'm going to go down here and do this. We're going to like really react to this hit, and it's going to like turn his head this way. We'll let that big skull really push him around. All right, cool. It like really knocks it over. And then settles. So I'll probably just make it settle back a little bit this way. And then get hit by the knee. Tilt it. Knee hits it. Just have it get all weird. This is the weird one. This is the one that goes against the grain. This guy's like, "Whoa!" The other ones are all normal, and this guy's like, "Holy shit." feel like you can almost hear it. You can almost hear the sound of the bones clinkling. What do you think? Let's back it up. Let me turn off this background layer. Nope, that's not the one. Other layer. Where is it? This saddle. That's the saddle, okay. I feel like you can hear the bones clink, clink, clink. Like the sound effect from what is it? The sound that the bones make, and I don't know. I'm thinking of like Lion King when the hyenas are like playing around with the bones. It's a very specific sound. Cool. I like that. I like the way that they're bouncing. Should I just say screw it and make a movie? Like, what do you guys think? No, I'm just kidding. But you're like, hello, more work than it already is. All right, now we just rinse and repeat. Move the light table. Move it on up. All right, we're just going to move the light table up over top of the... Wait, where are the skulls at? See? I didn't layer it. I didn't name the layer. Skull. Reference. Okay. Turn that back on. Light table. Move that on up. Over top. And then we just... What? Where did my light table keeps going back down? It's not what I wanted to do. There we go. And I'll just put it over everything. Okay. And I will just take this and add all the frames again. And I'll probably finish up on this part here, just doing the line work of the skull, and then after I'm done with that, I'll be hopping off this evening. But I have thoroughly enjoyed hanging out with everybody. I'm going to keep finishing this up here. Alright, so we have the skull, the nose. That was a freaking weird thing. Okay. Here we go. My skulls are always bouncing to the left and to the right. My skulls are always bouncing. My skull room always full. No. And everybody comes and comes again. Got some alien skulls looking, almost. No one can take you higher. Everyone says that I've got great balls of fire. We've got big balls. Thanks, Dad. Thanks for putting that in my head. It's such a good one, though. It's a good song. Okay. Cheekbone. Down to the teeth. You're welcome. Haha, you're all screwed now. There's actually a spot like it comes up and goes back down right there. Okay. He's like, water! That's what it looks like. Now we're just going to go through and add all these details through every single freaking one. 'Cause this is how we do it. It's Monday night. And the stream's alright. And the skulls are hanging on the rat side. Come on, that was pretty good. It takes such a funny, like, what I love about this, and you might have to adjust the jaw placement when you do the fine detail stage. Yeah, you know, it's I'm getting a little bit worn out, you know. 4 hours of I might even have it bounce like when he's like, you know. We'll figure it out. I wasn't even when I animated the bounce and everything, I didn't even have the. But it'll actually probably look cool though, having that jaw move, like it opens and closes, that bounces. Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking. I like it. So you're catching on, man. You should start animating. You're getting the gist of it. Wait, what happened? Oh, did my frame disappear? No, I was animating on the last frame. That's why. I was like, oh, I got so scared. All right, let's copy this, put it over here. All right, go to the next frame. All right, so I think I'm just going to focus on one at a time. So this guy's turning. His nose is here now. See, this is where our references are good. Got little references. We can look at the previous one. And we can just figure it out. Oh, no, I should not. You know what, though? I will say, like you know, like the fact that you're thinking about that, that's a good thing. Like, that's, you know, that's part of it, man. It's actually a huge part of it. The fact that you're like, yeah, you already pictured it. You're like, yeah, the jaw should bounce. Like, that's huge. You know? You can live vicariously through my animation. How about that? That's what I'm here for. Alright, so we'll get this cheekbone at this angle. Boom, down. Erase this. Alright, sort of turning. His little crack that I had to decide to put in to make my life miserable. I'll just kind of look like it's cracked. The jaw is actually going to drag downward behind, and then I've got a lovely bunch of coconuts. Dee-dee-dee-dee. Here they are, standing in a row. Bum, bum, bum. Big ones, smaller ones, some as big as your head. All right. That looks odd. It's just an odd angle for it because it's like this way, and this is turning this way at the same time. See what I'm saying? So it has a weird. All right, Alright, so if this heads here, this should be out more. There we go. Cool. Erase this. All right. Its eye is here. Now he's looking angry. All right. It bumped it. It's turning away. It's coming around. Although it's small, I drew that one a little bit big. So this kind of down, wrapped around. Remember that shape is round, coming in, around. Boom. Cheekbone. Looks pretty good for now. And then we need to come over top with this guy. So this guy, the eyes are, he's turning this way. Crack kills. Oh. I was like, wait a minute. Like I double checked my camera, thinking like I had like animator crack or something. See what I did there? All right. Remember, we don't have a tooth in this one right here. And we're just gonna I pulled up my pants. Yep. I like adjusted myself in my seat. I was like, wait a minute. Alright, cool. On to the next one. And rinse and repeat. So. What's cool is we almost don't need to look at the previous one. I do like to. But you almost don't have to. As long as you remember the... Alright, so its jaw would be catching up, so I'm probably going to put its jaw like over here. So it's like turning and the other part of the jaw is kind of catching up. Can you copy and paste and move? You can move some of it, but he's actually rotating, so I can't do that. You can like rotate him sideways. This one, I'll be able to do right here. This one I can do right here. I can actually do this one, and I can put it here, and then I can take half of it and slide it a little bit. Like you'll see. This one's turning too much though. See how it's facing this way, and then now it's facing this way. Yeah. I wish though. I mean, there's ways to fake it, but I'm just gonna redraw this guy. Yeah, plus the jaw's moving, so the jaw's gonna be like over here now. So it's like it was swinging, it's whipping over this way. So now it's probably like over here. Really just yeah. All about the shortcuts, man. I mean, I'm all about it. I'm a one-man band over here. Making all this art, so Gotta find ways. This might be turn. I mean, yeah. I could probably turn it just a little bit this way. We're gonna see how this looks, and if we have to fix it, we will. It's not an issue. Okay, we're gonna go back to the previous frame. We'll grab this guy, copy him, go to the next frame, paste. Oh, what happened? Oh, I pasted on the wrong layer. That's why. Oh, I didn't lock all them. Oops. Okay. All right, let's. Okay. That's what I wanted. I don't want the green too. Okay. Cool. So pull it up here. And we'll just spin it a little bit. But see how it's not lined up exactly? But you can. I kind of want it to turn more actually, I think. You can kind of actually fake it if you do this. Turn it like this. And then I think oh. Whoa. Whoa. Sometimes. I thought it was the same, and it wasn't. So I just was like, I'd rather just do it right, you know? You do it right once versus doing it quick and then having to do it again. Honestly, I was hoping it was gonna work because I didn't want to have to draw all of it. But hey, man, can't always. That's what we do. We try. We gotta give it everything we got, Morty. All right. That looks strange. Let me. All right. Let's take a second. Let's back up a sec. Okay. With eyes here. Okay. There we go. Eyes. Nose. Teeths. Okay. Okay. Cool. This one just turns hard. So it's going to be basically a side shot. Cheekbone goes back. It's like this little spot on the bottom of the skull. Wow. I like the way that jaw is like. You can already feel it a little bit right there. Okay. And now we can start rotating this one. That's right here already. So we can literally just copy this one. And then we'll go here and paste it. Oh no. I'm hearing noises in my bathroom. That's not good. I'm hearing the bubbling again. I'm hoping that it's not for reasons. I'm hoping it's not for the same reasons I had to deal with last night. Because I just cleaned that entire bathroom. I soaked it in bleach after all that. Yes, sir, it will. Definitely. And we can get away with a lot of copying here. Yeah, dude, I'm so scared right now. I just heard the bubbling in the toilet. It's just air bubbles. But they said that the line might be broken. What makes me so angry is I have no idea. Like, the plumbers just left. They didn't even, like, tell me, like, what the deal is. I wonder if they were like, all right, good enough. Let's get the hell out of here. Like, before it explodes. I haven't had an issue all day, though, since they left. So the fact that I'm just hearing that now, maybe there's just air that's coming up that was in the lines. I don't know. Stressful. Figure it out. I mean, maybe I'll move tomorrow. I'm just kidding. I'm done with this place. I'm out. Tell you what, if it happens again, they're paying to clean this place because I'm not doing it again. I scrubbed the hell out of it, and it took everything in me to not like pull a Karen and just be like, "You guys are cleaning this up." You know what I mean? I want to speak to your freaking manager, okay? All right, a lot of this is just suggestion. Doesn't have to be perfect. A lot of it you're not even going to see. We can throw the little molars. All right, we're not going to worry about all that right now. What's cool is these two pretty much, we're just going to keep pushing these two because they're pretty much stay the same for this next couple frames. This is where we start taking some shortcuts. Oh dear God, it's bubbling. It sounds like a witch's cauldron out in there. I don't know what is happening. I am scared to go find out. How is that one more time? And one more time, boys and girls. What do you mean? One more time for what? Copying the? Because we copied the small one a couple times. We copied it 1, 2, 3. The big one we only copied once. Yeah, it's freaking blub, 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 blub. That's what I'm hearing. It does not sound promising. Oh my goodness. You know the worst part about all this is, I didn't even mention earlier, I put in a maintenance request because my washer machine has been on the fritz. I have like a European washer and dryer, and so it's like a washer dryer combo. And so it locks. Well, the lock broke on it. And so now I haven't been able to wash my clothes. I've been having to go either to my sister's or go to the laundromat. But I have a lot of backed up clothes and they're in my closet. Well, the closet is in the hallway next to the freaking bathroom. When all that stuff overflowed, flowed into my hallway, into the closet. Destroyed probably about half my clothes. So someone's gonna pay for that. It might be renter's insurance. And I'm gonna explain to renter's insurance like what's up, and they might go after whoever needs to pay for that. Pretty crazy though. Just take it day by day. Yeah. Yep. Thought my clothes were shitty before. Oh my god. It is really bubbling out there. Not good. Oh yeah, man. Dude, you gotta laugh about everything, bro. Like there's no nothing. Can't take life too seriously. Nobody makes it out alive. Yeah, right? Hey, somebody else's dime. I'm okay with that. Wait, up. Okay. So, we're going to have to drag this more. Wait. Up. Oh yeah. Nope, it's not going to go that way. It's kind of stopping, so it's actually going to go the other way. It's going to keep moving. And then start falling downward and rotating. Yeah, it'll make sense in a second. Yeah. Sometimes it's hard to see. You're like, wait, what? But like, take a drink. Damn, I gotta fix this stupid camera. All right. I mean, most of the hard work was already done. We just gotta copy this. Next frame, paste it. Maybe I'll even tilt it a little bit more this way. The next frame is really going to sell that jaw movement because it's going to be down here. I'm gonna tilt it a little bit more like that, and then I'm gonna really break the jaw. Just gonna break it, make it like really far away. Call it breaking when you like stretch like a body part like beyond what looks normal, and it's all done to sell the movement. So teeth goes back, molars, weird jaw thing that kind of comes up like that, and then maybe we can even like we'll even you can actually see the connective tissue. So pull it like even more. Like it's like this, and then it comes back like that, and then you got this like connected tissue. Not entirely anatomically correct, but it's about giving the impression more than it is about. Almost there. Almost there. Alright, there's this one. That goes to this one. Okay, cool. So we got the red skulls done. Now we'll just keep following the path for the slight overlap on these ones. Just going to copy it. And then go to the next frame. Paste it. Do a little squash and stretch. And we'll tilt it. We'll spin it. What, the red one is the hard one to animate? Because of the jaw? Yeah, I feel like it was the harder one. Yeah. A lot of times I like to try to jump on the hardest task first and get rid of it. Get it out of the way. Alright. Paste it again. Cool. Last one. All right, this one's a little bit different just because it's the way it moves is a little bit different, but not much. So we just have to just keep our eyes on where everything is and just do the same thing. Eye, and understand the three-dimensional structure that we're and remember we were supposed to have these hit, and because I animated it to do so, I'm actually going to have to move this whole thing right here because I want them to actually hit. This isn't even the finished layer. This is just the we call it the beautification one, and then like once that's done, then we go over it again, and that's when we do the fine line drawings. It's, Takes me a little bit longer when I'm kind of going through and talking through everything, but I'm happy to do it with y'all. This is fun. I'm enjoying it. All right, now we're gonna do the same thing here. Head starting to turn, nose, eyes, this, cheekbone wrapped around, weird cranium thing coming up, boom, and then it kind of like comes around. You mean when I? No, it's not. I mean, it's not distracting. It's just like you ever, like training somebody at a job. Like when you're kind of like training, you have to like talk through everything you're doing. It just takes like an extra minute to kind of like think through it. But I like it because it's actually thinking through things is helping me actually. I mean, there's the animation's probably coming out better because of it. Because I'm actually taking the time to really think through all the physics and everything that's at play while I'm explaining it. I can actually probably copy this. This looks like it's pretty much the same angle. It's just rotating on this point. And we're just going to do the same thing. Paste it. Rotate it because it's swinging now. Next one. Paste it. Stretch it. Shrink it. Turn it. A little too much. Back down. That's a lot. That's a huge jump. I might have to move this one just a little bit. Such a big jump. Cool. All right, now move this back underneath. What layer? What is your favorite color? Call reference. There we go. Turn that off. Yep. Once you add color. Yep. Now once we have color, you'll be able to really see the skulls pop against the gray background of the mouse. But yeah, that's where we're at. Feeling pretty good about it. I think we have a cool character. What do you think? A couple characters. Come a long way. Let me make sure I save it here. We still have to do the cleanup on the tracker troll, but I am feeling really good about this. We do the cleanup on the tracker troll. You'll have the ears bouncing and all the lines clean, and then when the lines are clean, we can then go back in and color again. We'll have everything nice. I'll probably, on the next stream, the first thing I'll do is I'll probably go ahead and color the skulls so you can really feel it out. But I went over my stream time by 30 minutes. I wanted to just kind of be on for 4 hours. I am starving. I'm going to go make a steak. I'm excited. So, I appreciate everybody coming to hang out with me tonight. This was definitely fun. And, yeah, tune in next time. It's going to be Mondays, Fridays at 6:30. I'm gonna try to stream for about 4 hours. We'll go over most likely. But yeah, so we have that, and then keep your eyes peeled for small talks. If I do post little videos, it'll be called small talks. You'll see them on. Everything's gonna get archived onto our YouTube channel as well as the Facebook page. You'll be able to find everything on there. If you haven't joined Archaic Legion, feel free to do that. You can go to the website, it's archaiclogic.com/Archaic Legion, or just go to the page, and then at the bottom, you'll be able to fill that out. But yeah, I've thoroughly enjoyed hanging out with everybody, so check your tub too. I am going to do that, and I'll fill you all in on what future adventures I have with that. Hopefully nothing. Hopefully it's just air that was trapped in the system that's kind of working its way out. That's what I'm praying for. But until next time, you all be good.